will tolerate these fiends in my temple no longer. See that they are dealt with.
Ugh. Do I have consumes?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Affix.
And now you learn the true lesson of the void.
Yet another of the Kyrian's royal servants.
Oh, buddy.
Have you come here to be slaughtered as well?
3, 2, AoE.
No lusters, huh? There we go.
Bastion will burn.
Alright. Spin around, go the other way. Good. Let's wait for my Heart of the Wild to fall off. It's good. It's good. Good.
3, AoE. Affix.
See it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
3, 2, 1. AoE. Three, 2. Targeted. Targeted. Affix.
See it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Blightbone rip you apart!
3, 2, 1. Dodge. Three, 2, 1. Dodge. Affix.
See it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
3, 2, 1. Dodge.
What a dog shit time to proc my Heart of the Wild.
Stitch flesh will be irked to know you destroyed.
What the hell, Aaron's? You're gonna get banned for that kind of shit.
I am sure he would gladly take your
Love the streams, that's why I followed you, but I'd like to help you improve. Didn't ask.
Do you
Epic.
see it? A stone to call forth the darkness. Do you
Epic.
see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Keeper better? Are both viable? I think both are viable. Don't know how to use Blizzard, default frames, and LVY. Yeah, you just go into the LVY unit frames and just unclick enable. Just disable that part of the UI.
share your underlings' fate. Your vaunted courage will be your doom. Your temple lies in ruin. Your brethren are butchered. You have already lost.
Vile monster!
Bro, I keep procking Heart of the Wild on the last, like, 3 seconds of a fucking pull, man.
Do you
Epic.
see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Okay, that's good. Bum bum ba bum 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 bum.
A stone to call forth the darkness.
Hello, last little ball. Bing. Oh my god, there's so many of them. What the fuck?
You will be brought to justice! You dare deny me the sky? Then I shall answer in kind!
Foolish Paragon! There is nothing you can do to stop us. No matter. My
One blala.
Have a seal. A stone to call forth the darkness.
shall serve me again.
One blala. What the fuck, man? Come on.
Beam.
Will reduce you to dust. One final act of service. My soldiers rise once more. Another soldier.
Do you
Epic.
see
Cool, not like we have fucking 3 melee in this group or anything.
the darkness?
Sure, it's hard to kick all this shit.
One final act of service. The fallen shall serve me again.
Your arrival proved timely, yet the battle rages on. We cannot rest until these invaders are purged from our skies.
What up with it? Life Bloom always on tank and heal? Not necessarily. On trash pulls probably, but
Prepare to strike at the next
on pulls where the tank's not in danger, but your DPS are, then put it on your DPS.
It seems that the parts for my new
Targeted.
creation have arrived at last.
Targeted. Targeted.
You
Epic.
see a stone to call forth the darkness.
Come, my assistant. These raw materials are in need of processing.
Fixate. Targeted.
Do you
Epic.
see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
So we just haven't like this is a shaman reroll for sure.
Dodge.
We just have sat on lust for the last like 5 minutes or something.
Dodge. Dodge.
How vexing! Rotskew, get to work and don't fail me like your predecessor!
3, 2, 1. Three, 2, 1. Targeted. Three, 2, epic, 1. Targeted.
A stone to call forth the darkness.
3, 2, 1.
No! Now I have to rebuild those two from scratch. It seems I must take matters into my... I can't wait to put your core
Leave.
have you in stitches. I must preserve your parts for later. Imbecile! I'm the one who made you! No! That one was my favorite!
Beat.
No jump, no jump, no jump. Hell yeah. Good lust, good lust. Glad we held that one.
Yet to come.
Bastion.
Do you
Five.
see it?
4, 3,
3,
A stone
2,
to call
1.
forth the darkness.
3,
2,
2,
1.
1. Root. Den.
Can escape the storm.
5, 4, 3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1.
I've had enough of you.
Apex.
See
Den.
a stone to call forth the darkness.
5, 4, 3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1. Den.
Can escape the storm.
What the fuck, Paladin?
4,
Holy fuck, you just took off running like a fucking rocket right there.
Den.
Can escape the storm.
5, 4, 3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1. Den.
Can escape.
Apex.
See a stone to call forth the darkness.
5, 4, 3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1.
Alright.
Rejoice, for you have aided
GG's.
of all things.
Ba, 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 ba. All right. Well, at some point, I need to decide what to take from my vault this week, and I have just kept going around in circles because Ovanax is probably a better trinket than I have right now, but I don't really want to play it. I need these bracers, but I don't want to take them because there's better bracers for me off the first boss of the raid. This is the shit I can't stand. There's better bracers for me off the first boss of the raid, but if I have mythic bracers already, then my guild won't give me those bracers if they drop. I love this system. But if I take these bracers and I level them up and wear them, and the bracers I actually want drop in raid, they will go to somebody else who has heroic bracers still. So I am incentivized not to upgrade my gear because my guild won't give me the bracers I actually want if I do. And frankly, I feel like I've gotten pretty fucking fucked by this system so far in alt raid because we do 2 alt runs and my characters are priest and shaman that I bring to those, and my priest was like the 2nd or 3rd best geared character in that alt raid, and so far it has gotten 1 piece of loot, which was a belt, because every other piece of loot is an upgrade for somebody else. who's still wearing heroic shit because they all showed up in rat geared alts. And so every week that we show up into raid, anytime something drops, it's like, well, JB already has it on Mythic. So we're going to give it to somebody who has it on heroic. And it's like, cool. What this is telling me is that next tier, I should definitely not spend any time working on my characters until alt raid starts. But yeah, so anyway, now that's how I feel about my druid, where it's like, if there's something that, if there's something that could be upgraded from raid, I don't want to take that item if it's in my vault. I just want to see if I can get it from raid. So I don't know what to do. Alternatively, I could take a socket for whatever bracers I eventually end up using. Or I could, the other thing I could do, I could take the bracers and not level them up. This is, again, this gets into like kind of weasel behavior, but I could take the bracers, not use them, hold them, and put my crests, like right now I could level up my cloak. I have a crafted cloak with a heroic crafting thing in it. I could do a mythic one and upgrade my cloak, which is what I might do, because that would probably be the biggest upgrade for me, since this is also my embellishment piece. I could level the cloak. I could take the egg, which would be a... It would save me 15 mythic crests. Is this 629? I have a 626 and a 639 trinket. If I took this, I could level up to 639 on the trinket, and it would save me one slot. There are one upgrade track. So we could then level this up to 639 with how many crests would that be? It'd have to be 3 upgrades, right? So 45 crests. And how many do I have? So that's 15 more, unfortunately. So I could maybe level to 636 and then upgrade my cloak. And then we would just be missing, at that point, bracers. I would have everything upgraded except bracers, I think. Everything would be 636 or above except bracers. Ultimately, I would probably try to get the rare neck and replace this embellishment with maybe the ring, maybe binding. And eventually I think I want to drop this. I think I want to replace this with an offhand crafted with Ascension on it. Or maybe the verse one. But I probably don't want to play Dusk Thread long term. But yeah, I don't really want to take these bracers because, like I said, there's better ones out of raid. Off the first boss. Not first boss, second boss. Does Trinket crest savings offset the crest loss from crafting Engie bracers? No, because it's you get fucked coming and going on crafting. Not only does it take, so if you start from a 6, so the worst case scenario for a mythic item is it starts at 623, right? So if you go from 623 to 639, it takes 75 crests to do that, and you end up at 639 eye level. So if you craft, not only does it take 90 crests instead of 75, you also only end up at 636 instead of 639. So if you ultimately want to go to 639, and on this character, I do want to try to go to 639 in every slot because this is probably the character that is most likely to get the achievement that gets you crest savings on your alts, which you want to do on at least one character. Hit the 639 in every slot so that it gives you Gilded Crest savings on your ults. Then eventually you want to go to 639 in every slot. So not only does it only get you to 636, it also costs you 15 more crests than going to 639 on a mythic track piece. So it's like a double whammy on efficiency there. It ends up lower and it costs more. So you want to avoid crafting as much as possible if you're trying to be efficient about how you get to your eye level cap. But yeah, theoretically, I could craft the NG bracers at some point too. Part of the problem here is I just don't, like, I'm going to have to start taking fucking sparks from my vault. How many sparks do you get for the coin? Is it just fucking one spark, man? God damn. I'm at the point now where I want to craft like too many things. I want to craft an offhand, maybe NG bracers, maybe binding a binding eventually. I'm gonna have I think I could have a spark right now. Actually, I think if I actually did the quest this week, I could have an extra spark. So I think I could craft something new right now if I wanted. How good are the? I keep forgetting the NG bracers exist. What is the? Oh, did I close Questionably Epic on my... Whoops. Where is the NG bracers? How do those end up? SimC. Alright. What are those called? What are the NG bracers called? Does anybody know off the top of their head? Venting. You are correct. 636. Paste. Add. Alright, those end up being 3042, and the ones from Raid are called, do I ever remember? It's something with a P, right? Is it Putrid? No, not Putrid. Polluted, that's what it was. Polluted, Spectre's Wrap. 630. If we got those at 639, the 639 bracers are like the very thinnest of margin better. They are for all intents and purposes equivalent. So I could craft the engineering bracers, and those could be basically as good as the raid bracers. So I guess it doesn't really matter if I get the bracers from raid or not in terms of BIS. But ultimately, I guess what that tells me is these are not, I think these end up being then, what is this scheming? Oh, wait, this should be on my thing, right? This leveled to 639, 34. Also very ever so slightly worse than the engineering bracers. Although quite a bit worse in raid than in dungeons. So probably don't take these unless I really want the 639 achievement, I guess. But that's the thing where it's probably just easier to wait to get that from raid at some point. So yeah, maybe we take the trinket for 15 crest savings, and the trinket is better than the other trinkets I have for raid, for instance. This at 639. Just such a fucking annoying trinket, man. Having to pay attention to how much you move and then like use it to lock it in. Dude. What's the catalyst for bracers? High crit, low haste. It's like not terrible, but also not. You don't really make bracers better, but you have to have some really bad bracers for the catalyst to improve them. Dalgroth, thank you for the host. Hope you had a fantastic stream. All right, so have we settled on it then? Do we just take the... Do we take the egg? If I took the egg, what am I spending crests on this week? It would be... I could level the cloak, so I could craft a cloak upgrade, and then spend the remainder. That would be 90 crests. I'd have 30 left over. We could spend 30 on this trinket, take it to 636. 636 is, by the way, as a small tangent. 636. So when you level up an item, this is like the most minimal min-maxing. When you level up your items on the mythic track, you don't gain a linear amount of power every step along the way for every level that you go up, because it doesn't level the same amount each time. I don't know if you've ever paid attention to how much it goes up each time, but if you follow along the track, 1 of 6 mythic is 623. The next increment is 626, which is up by 3. Then it goes to 629, which is up by 3 again. Then it goes to 633, I think, right? Or is it 632? It's either 6... I think it goes to 632 next. Yeah, it goes... Yeah, because that's the... Because the money upgrade is going to 5 of 6. Because it goes up by 3 from 23 to 26, up by 3 again from 26 to 29, up by 3 again from 29 to 32. Then it goes up by 4 when you go to 636. When you hit the 5th mythic track, it jumps by 4. So if you were trying to stretch out your crests to absolutely min-max yourself in the short term, you would try to hold all of your upgrades, or you try to upgrade everything to 5 of 6 mythic, because that jump from 632 to 636 gives you 1 extra eye level compared to any other jump along the mythic track. So we could craft the cloak upgrade to go to 636 on the cloak, and then take this trinket and upgrade it to 636. Does that make this trinket better for raid than a heroic Spy Masters? I wonder if I would use this in raid over a Spy Master. Let's see. Upgrade to 636. Raid. Yes. Slightly, but yes. But then that also, I think, depends on how well you actually play around this trinket. If you... What does questionably epic assume? It assumes you sit at 15 stacks. If you can min-max it perfectly, it actually becomes an insanely good trinket. But nobody's going to do that. Nobody's going to... I mean, I guess you could if you were really sweaty and your rotation wasn't that hard in raid on a caster. Maybe you could actually just have a weak aura that tells you how many stacks of this trinket you have and make sure that you stand still or move perfectly. I don't know how many fights you could get away with that on. A fight like Olgrax, like first boss, you could probably move more or less at will. Bloodbound Horror might force you to move more than you wanted to if you got the little shit under you, but probably not too bad. Seekren, it's probably fine. It would probably fuck you up on Rashanan because you got to do the big ass moves. You can't really avoid that, so you have to spend a long time running on Rashanan. Brood Twister, you could probably get away with it. I don't think there's too much forced movement on that fight. Kai'Veza would be rough during the intermission because you have to dance back and forth over the line the whole time. That would have to be where you'd use the trinket to lock it in. But maybe outside of that, maybe it's not too bad. Silken Court, I feel like would be awful. There's a lot of movement on that. And then Ansarek would probably be awful. There's a lot of movement on that as well. Phase 1 maybe it'd be fine. Phase 2 though, I feel like you move a lot. Maybe not. But this is the kind of shit where like I don't want to track this trinket. See, here's the problem is There's a thing in Questionable Epic that lets you set how many stacks you keep your Overnax at, how many you average in during the fight. Because the trinket, for anybody who's not aware, the trinket has at any given point, the trinket gives you both your primary and highest secondary stat, and it can stack from 1 to 30. And the more you move, the more the stacks go up. Every time a stack goes up, you lose primary stat and gain secondary stat. And if the stacks are below 10 or above 20, then you get a 60% reduction on like the benefit of the trinket. So going above 20 or below 10 is like really bad. You grief the trinket if you do that. You want to keep it in between 10 and 20. That's the sweet spot of the trinket. And if you can do that, the trinket is good. It's a very strong, mathematically, it's a very strong trinket if you can do that. If you let it sit above 20 or below 10, then it starts falling off pretty hard. Now, in the ordinary course of your gameplay, it might just be that you happen to move enough and stand still enough organically, like naturally, that the trinket ends up hovering in between 10 and 20. But you would probably want to have some kind of weak orb that's telling you if you've gone over 20 or below 10 to let you know that you need to like do something to fix that, because if you're sitting above 20 or below 10, the trinket sucks. So you can see here, if you hold it at exactly 20, if you're able to keep it at exactly 20, then Overnax is, if I leveled this to 639, it would be your BIS trinket. Even better than Gale, and Gale is like an insane trinket. So if you min-max this trinket perfectly, it is your best trinket, and it's really not that close either. It's 5220 compared to 5106. It's like, well, actually, it probably wouldn't be BIS because Spy Masters probably be BIS if I include a Spy Masters at 639. It's probably still better, but oh yeah, what the fuck, Spy Master's so broken. So anyway, it'd be your second best trinket if you can min-max it. The problem is, so 5220, if you keep it at 20 stacks. If I go to 18 stacks, it goes to 5136. If I sit at 15 stacks throughout the fight, all of a sudden it has dropped below Gale of Shadows, and quite a bit lower. Just that 5-stack difference, instead of sitting at 20 throughout the fight, if you sit at 15, it goes from being 100 better than Gale of Shadows to being 100 worse than Gale of Shadows. If I sit at something like 12, now it's dropped to 4883. Now it's almost worse than a fucking heroic Spy Masters. And if, God forbid, you do something like sit at 22, that's actually, if you're gonna error on this, I think you want to error on the side of it going above 20. Because that's giving you more int, and even with the 60% penalty, I think int's still pretty good. So you would want to err on the side of getting too many stacks. If you erred on the side of having too few stacks, or maybe this is you go. Hey, I don't remember actually which direction it goes. While moving, you gain primary stat, or no, while stationary primary stat. While moving, you gain. Oh, so actually, this is having a lot of haste. So yeah, it's actually bad if you stand still. Wait, no, while stationary, you gain. Oh, okay, so you gain stacks while stationary. Okay, so yeah, that's what I thought. So if you stand still, you gain int. So that's more or less okay. It's when you start moving that you're fucked. So if you move enough to drop down to 10, all of a sudden Mercurial Egg is worth 4,800, and here's where it starts to get real bad. If you were to drop to like 7, for instance, all of a sudden it's 4,400. Now we're at the point where like a heroic changeling is almost as good as this trinket if you let it drop, if you move too much. Now, all things being equal, it's probably easier to stand still on a fight than it is to be constantly moving. If you had to do one thing or the other on a fight, be always moving or always standing still, it's probably a lot easier to be always standing still. So as between the two, your stacks will probably more likely be higher on average than lower, because you're probably not just running around with your ass on fire the whole time. But it is definitely it's an annoying thing. Dude, after doing this, now I've almost talked myself out. I was leaning towards taking this and leveling it, and now I'm like, nah, I shouldn't do that. But the problem is, if this trinket was going to be the first trinket I had that could take me to 639, I would probably just take it and be done with it. But this week in raid, I was given a 623 trinket that's on the mythic track that I could level to 639 if I need. So whenever I want, I can get a 639 trinket. It wouldn't be a usable one. I wouldn't use that shit ever, but I do have an item that can take me to 639 should I choose. If I didn't have, if I only had one 639 trinket and my next best was 626, I would probably take Ovanax just to have a second 639 capable trinket. So now I'm back to thinking maybe I'd take the bracers just in case. Just in case I don't get other bracers for a while. Because I don't want to play this shit in raid. Actually sounds really annoying. Although I think, like I said, Talentia. I think there's actually a lot of parses from high-end druids using egg. If we go look at the top parses on Warcraft logs, or druids. Let's see. What are they using? Okay, this did not actually include very many eggs. Okay, so not for Olgrax. What about for Bloodbound? No, also not Bloodbound. What about Seekrin? Jesus, also not Seekrin. Where the fuck? What was I looking at where there were like a lot of egg users? Maybe it was Rashinan, which is weird because I feel like of the ones I was talking about, Rashinan was the fight where I said, oh wow, actually maybe it would be hard to keep this thing with a good amount of stacks on Rashinan because you have to move so much. But this one has actually showed up quite a bit here. But yeah, it's still only 9% of the top 100. Only 9% are using this egg, so it's it's basically just these guys. It's because this is what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of the 9 people are here in the top 20. And then what about Brood Twister? 6% are using egg, dude. This can't be a good trinket to take. 7% on Kai'Veza. 8% on Silken Court. Ooh, 16% on. But yeah, basically everybody's playing Spy Masters and something else. Dude, what the fuck, Matt? You got fucking 5 innervates on this fight? Jesus Christ. I mean, 5 extra. I mean, that means he gave himself... How many fucking innervates is this, dude? Because his own innervates don't count. So... How many fucking innervates is it that you go 5? You received 8 innervates over the course of this fight. 8 innervates. His co-healers were doing all Grey Parses. Grey Parsing Preservation Evoker, Grey Parsing Paladin, Grey Parsing Holy Priest. You get 8 innervates. Man. It's the dream, I think. Okay, so so anyway, this is now the like fourth time that I've walked up to my vault with the intention of making a decision, and I am back to square one where I don't know what to take. I think coins. Yeah, but like the problem is I don't have like I feel like I'm maybe being too cute here, where I don't have bracers yet. I don't have 623 bracers. I could craft them, but I would like to have the ability to get 639 bracers, which I could get from raid. Part of the problem is I keep getting sat for Brood Twister every week, and that's one of the bosses with bracers on it. Not bracers I want. Those are they're bad stats, but they are 639 bracers, or they could be 639 bracers. So one of the two sources of bracers I get is the boss I like sit on every week, and I could probably ask Ania to start bringing me for Brood Twister and let me sit a different boss if I needed to, but I mean, worst case, I could craft it, and like I said, these are worse than the NG bracers. If I craft NG bracers, these are worse than those. They're just higher eye level. This is basically just a I want 639 in all slots play. What about the Bloodbound? Yeah, those are better. Those are better, but the problem is we've just not seen very many bracers drop. Leather bracers. I looked at who's in our main raid. I think there's still 2 or 3 other leather wares that need bracers. We are down bad for bracers. It is really fucked up how few we have. I think, having to roll against several people if they dropped. Which sucks ass. But so anyway, I don't think I want to take Ovanax because I don't think I'd use it, and I don't need it to get to 639. I could use these to get to 639, but that feels like a pretty bad use of a vault slot. I could just take coins and use them on a socket if I ultimately craft engineering bracers. Like that could be next week's crest, is crafting engineering bracers. I could level up my cloak to 636 this week and then craft NG bracers next week, and then we are 636 in every slot, right? Because I could level a trinket. I have 120 right now, so I could go 90 to upgrade the cloak, 90 to make engineering bracers next week, and then have 30 left over for a trinket, which would get me to 636 on this ratty ass trinket that I'm not going to play. So I could have 636 every slot. Then it would become a game of getting to 639. And then the next week I would get another 90. So next week I'd craft the bracers. So I would have enough to craft a cloak, to craft bracers, and to level a trinket to 636. And then the week after that, so 2 weeks from now, I'd get another 90, which would give me enough to, if I had a 639 neck, then I could spend the 15 to upgrade that. If I get a 639 cloak, I could spend the 15 to upgrade that. If I got 639 bracers, I could spend the 15 to upgrade that. If I got a ring, I have to upgrade that, and then trinket, upgrade that. Just 5. So, worst case scenario, 2 weeks from now, or 2 resets from now. So basically this reset coming on Wednesday, and then the following reset, I would then have enough crests to finish all of my gear whenever I get the things to actually put the crests in. I don't have a 639 neck to put the crest in. I don't have a 639 cloak. I don't have bracers. So I need to get, and I don't have a ring. So I need to get, I could buy the ring. Worst case, I could buy the ring if I wanted to, the BOE one. I wouldn't use it, but I could level it up. So I need to get a neck, cloak, and bracers to level to 639. but everything else I have. So I think yeah, maybe we just take a socket this week. Maybe we take socket. Take socket, save it for NG bracers, or if I get Bloodbound Horror bracers, we could use it on those, and that would save us a bunch of crust. And use my crest this week to upgrade my cloak. So yeah, we'll do that. Doesn't feel great, but it's whatever. All right, finally I can stop fixating on my fucking vault. It took way too long to make that decision for how for how unimportant any of those decisions were. That took way too long. All right, so let's craft the let's see. Enchanted, gilded, track. Sterile concoctory? Yeah, we practice what we preach, baby. Alright, so we gotta buy... Oops. Need to buy the thing.
I have calibrated my prices to be reasonable.
And then... Storm Dust, 100, and... Gleaming Shards, we need 15. What kind of refulgent crystals do I have? Are they the bad ones? Good. Okay. Oops, I didn't take my mail out. Fuck me. Create. Alright, so... Who does... Is Zareen online? No, he's not. I don't want to send my cloak in. I guess I could use this cloak as a backup in the meantime. We'll do that. It's not that big of a deal, probably.
Supply of goods for
So, nah, actually, I'll wait till Zareen gets online to ask him to... He's the one that... let me look and see who all online... Or who all in guild can do. Maybe there's somebody else besides Zareen that can do cloaks. Professions, tailoring. Okay, nobody that's online. Crims. Can Crims do? He's got to be able to do consecrated cloak. All right, if I see Crims back online. Oh, he's on. He's online. Crims, message him. He's just sitting in Dornagal, right? Crims, can you do? Do I think it's worth crafting binding and binding? It's just like Lariat, except buffing your mace to yourself. Yep. Yeah. You just randomly buffs people's gems. Now, the thing with binding and binding is it's a bit tricky because it tries to buff different kinds of gems. So in order to min-max your binding and binding, you want the other people in your group to be wearing rainbow-colored gems. You want them to be wearing at least one of each different kind of gem. So you want them to be wearing one that's like blue, like the color of the gems. Okay. You want them to be wearing one that's blue, one that's green, one that's purple, one that's yellow, one that's red. Which not everybody does. A lot of people just wear their best gems. All one color gem. If they do that, their binding and binding is your binding and binding will be less effective on them than it otherwise could be. So it's it requires some recognition from the people that you're playing with to get the most value out of binding and binding. But yeah, you've got the concept of it right. All right. Krim says he can do the cloak. All right, what do we need for...
My directive is to serve you.
Hold on. Recrafting order, cloak, track.
Return and peruse my inventory again.
What the fuck? What? Dude, come on. Why did you just dismount me, man? All right. Search. Exquisite. You and you.
I have calibrated my prices.
Start recraft. I didn't take it out of the mailbox, did I, motherfucker?
I have an extended supply of goods.
Recraft.
Outlanders.
Okay, 636, right? Yeah. Haste mastery, yeah. Spark, da 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 da. Place the order.
My thanks for your patronage.
What up, kid? All right. New cloak, who it is? So that gets us to 636. All right, now, if, like I said, if I wanted to, I could spend crests upgrading this. I have 30 crests left over. I could spend upgrading this this trinket, but that would literally all that would do would increase my in-bag's eye level, and it wouldn't increase it. I might try some sneaky rat shit where I would, if I was like at 636.8 and upgrading this trinket to 636 in my bags was enough to push me over 637 for purposes of the group finder, for how my eye level looked. If it was the difference between me showing up in LFG as 636 versus 637, I might actually level the trinket just so people would be like, holy shit, 637 druid. But since it's not going to do that, we're just going to sit on the crests and in case I, for whatever reason, need them for something else. There could, for instance, be a scenario where next week my vault has like the very rare neck in it. And actually, I was just about to say, if it has a very rare neck, then I could use the crest to level that. But if it's a very rare neck for my vault, it's going to be 639 anyway. Same for the very rare cloak, which would probably be the only two things that I would want to level with crests. I guess if like, trying to think which things I would take. So like, I was talking about how I want to go to 639 in these slots, and what would I take from my vault that would get me there? And it would be the very rare neck, which would already be 636, or the rare cloak from Raid, which would also be 639. Alternatively, it could be like if the Necrotic Wake Ring drop, the high haste, low verse one, maybe we take that. Or another trinket that we want. 619 wrist, yeah. So I think what the plan is going to be is to next week when I get 90 more crests, I think we're going to craft the NG bracers with haste on them, which will be my BIS bracers ever so slightly. It'll be ever so slightly better than the bracers from Bloodbound Horror. And if I get those bracers from Raid, I'll probably hold off on crafting till Raid. And if I can get those bracers from Raid, we'll use those instead. Probably won't craft. But if I don't get them, then probably craft the NG bracers. That'll be the 90 crest for next week. And then the week after, I will have enough crests to finish off my 639 gear whenever I get the pieces to level up. Okay, so we still need how many more dungeons on this character? We need 2 more dungeons on this character. All right, so we have a rather full raid day today. We are doing 2 4 of 8 mythic runs on alts and last 2 heroic on both of those. And then we have to go. We never killed Mythic Ansarek this week in main raids, so we're going to do 2 alt runs and then go back in and kill Ansarek on our mains. And my guess is that starting next week, one of those alt runs in Mythic will probably try to start killing 6 of 8 instead of 4 of 8. All right, so I don't suppose there's any 16 keys up that somebody... It's not... Yeah, well, I have a 15 Grim. It's a city that I still need. It's fucking dirty that I typed 16 in, and this guy is running a level 12 key. This takes some real jackassery to make your key show up when I type in 16 when it's a 12. I'm gonna look at this fucking nasty business this guy's been up to. He types, I'm gonna +2 the 12, and then we're gonna do a 14. Neither of which is a 16, by the way. So if it was just his title, that still wouldn't have shown up if I typed 16. Because typing ++12 or 14 does not show up on a 16. The problem is, not only did he type fucking 12 and 14 in his title, he then added 13, 14, 15 in his description. $11. Where's a group that's got some Raider IO scores, so I know that we're going to slam this key. 3152. What dungeon is that? Stone Vault? Nah. Why do mists just never exist? There's a mists. Whatever. Okay. The Ogvoker has managed to sneak into this group. Are these guys all from the same guild? Silvermoon, Kazakh, Silvermoon. Any guides on how to be an effective Resto Druid this season? I mean, I don't have any guides per se. No. I've been kind of lazy when it comes to being a guide maker. Man, this Ogvoker also typed high summon, please. So not only is he about 30 eye level below, or 20 eye level below what he probably should be, but now he's also asking for summons. Just batting 1,000 here. God damn it, he's inside, and I didn't even see it. What the fuck just happened? And why did everybody leave the group? Alright. I wonder if they heard me talking shit about the Ogboker and they were like, fuck this asshole. I mean, whatever. Like, I don't feel bad. If you queue up for, or if you list your shit as an 11 and everybody else in the group's a 630 and one dude in there's a 6 one dude in there's 611. You know what you're doing when you do that. So if you don't want to get carried through a miss, that's fine. All right. A 12 no. We learned our lesson. We don't do 12s anymore for weekly keys. That shit goes wrong way too often. I invite C tier classes. Why has every group got such low Radar IO score, man? What's going on here? What is this fucking 2300? Come on, dude. What happened to the other group? I don't know. They all left. We walked into the dungeon and the 3 guys that were in the same guild just all dipped without saying anything. The only thing I can think of is they heard me talking about the Ogvoker's eye level on stream and they were like, fuck this guy. Fuck this elitist piece of shit. Thinks he's better than our 611 Ogvoker. There we go. All right. We saw Destro Lock, and this is actually the Necrotic Wake DPS comp. Now I'm playing the wrong healer. I should be El Pristo. Oh, I'm about to run out of DPS pots, by the way. I just noticed. Let's buy some more of those. Tempered Potion. We're definitely not buying that 3-star shit. Don't care enough. All right. Yeah. Dude, what is going on here? Is there some kind of... Bro, is there like some kind of... am I blacklisted? The Warlock just said, sorry, gotta go. And then the entire group fell apart. I think he was the key holder, was the problem. But, what the hell? Alright, I know I said I'm not going to do any I'm not going to do any 12s, but this is a 3200 group. ish. Look, I know what I said, but and if this one goes wrong, then I think it's just we never do a 12 ever again for the rest of my life. But or maybe I just don't get invited. That's fine too. A 12 mists. I mean, they've got the better IO score, but that's still a little... Fuck, man. Everything's fucking Stonewall and City. Necrotic Wake 10. $2,700 score. 11 plus blasting. One phasing first boss. Yeah, fuck it, whatever, man. Bro, guys, what the fuck? Like, did they reset the dungeon? Why? Okay, I was like, I see them in... It says they're in Oaken Assembly, but I don't see them inside, so they must just be outside. Talents? Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And now you learn the true lesson of the void.
Okay.
Dodge. Dispel. Dodge. Dispel.
Oh no, man.
Beat.
Do you
Epic.
see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Beat. AoE. Beat. Beat. Dispel.
Do you
Epic.
see
Dispel.
a stone to call forth the darkness?
Beat. Beat. AoE. AoE. Beat. Beat. Beat.
Do you
Epic.
see it? A
Beat.
stone to call forth the darkness.
Dodge. Dance.
You will do my bidding.
Flourish of Verdancy, why? I like having a cooldown. Alright. She went right.
Knock.
Do you
Epic.
see it? A stone.
Can you find your way through the mist? Choose wisely.
Okay, full flower and empty flower. Okay, well, it's got to be that door. It's got to be circle.
Knock. 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 Knock.
Hmm.
Do you
Epic.
see it? A stone.
Where does that guy back go? Ah!
Forth the darkness.
Dodge.
Really?
Dodge. Dodge.
No fooling you.
Do you
Epic.
see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Knock.
Do you
Epic.
see it? A stone.
You're almost there.
All right. much time do I have? Fuck. If I pop Heart of the Wild now, we're probably holding it for boss, so I'll slam it.
Dodge. Act. Dodge. Dodge. Act.
Okay. It is no circle, right?
Seer. A stone to call forth.
Dodge. Fixate. Act. Dodge.
One of us is not like the other.
Dodge. Act.
Hello, little fox. This group is struggling a bit with figuring out the.
Dodge. Happen.
See it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Act. Dodge. Dodge.
One of us is not like the other.
Act.
A special gift just for us.
Dodge.
Aw, are you feeling tired? You found me. Great job.
Dodge.
That was fun. I haven't played like that in
All right. Now let's see if we get fucked on the lust timer or not. If they slam, no, they can't even really slam it on the next pull. It just won't be up. Is it okay to not have an interrupt? I don't play one. Fuck them. The thing is, every one of these groups that would invite a Resto Druid would invite a Disc Priest. And if they invite a Disc Priest, then that means they're okay with not having an interrupt. And if they're okay with not having an interrupt from Disc Priest, that means they're okay with not having an interrupt from me too.
3, 2, 1. Happen.
See it? A
AoE.
stone to call forth the darkness.
Three, 2, 1.
All right. We get a Heart of the Wild proc in 15 seconds.
Three,
God damn it.
2, 1. Apex. Three, two, one. AoE.
Do you
Epic.
see
2, 1.
a stone
AoE.
to call forth the darkness?
Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Alright, Heart of the Wild's up with Lust as expected. Excellent.
Three, two, one. AoE.
Do
Epic.
you see a stone to call forth the darkness?
Three, two, one. AoE.
Man, we did not pull 3 fucking Reavers to get 1 count on boss.
Do you see a stone to call forth the darkness?
Feet.
Five,
Feet.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. These guys are still dying. Okay.
five, four, three, two,
Link. Pull. Feet.
Do
Beat.
Five, four, three, two.
Link. Hall. Beat. Ads. Fixate.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Lambda.
Okay.
Lakali slumbers. Knowledge intact.
Is that 8 of 8? Nope, 7 of 8. Motherfucker. What do I think of Resto Druid's strengths right now compared to the healers? Well, they bring Mark of the Wild. It's always strong. I think they do relatively good damage if you get the opportunity. We saw a lot of teams playing. I mean, we saw Mandatory win MDI this weekend with Mode almost exclusively playing Resto Druid. I think the only dungeon he played Priest in was Necrotic Wake because you had to have a Priest to do the mind control tech on the Flesh Crafters. But I think in 7 of the 8 dungeons, except for the one where you needed mind control, Mode played Resto Druid. And now they weren't necessarily the fastest in every one of those dungeons, but I think the dungeons, like for instance where Perplexed played Disc Priest, I think they played Disc Priest because it made somebody do insane damage on a huge pull. So like Stone Vault, Skarmorak pull with Destro Lock, or City. I think they played City of Threads. I think maybe if I remember right, maybe they played this. Actually, maybe not in there. Where else did they play Disc Priest? Did they play in there? I can't remember now. But I think Resto Druid, at the very least, is bringing roughly as much damage to a group as Disc Priest if played correctly. A lot of Druids don't do damage because, admittedly, it's harder to squeeze it into your rotation. Like with Disc Priest, it just happens. You know, you just do your healing rotation, damage comes out. The end. You don't really have to think about it. It's just part of healing the dungeon. With Druid, you have to make the effort for it. I will say I think Druid is a bit more. How would I put it? You have to try it. Like, Disc Priest is a pretty straightforward healer right now. Which isn't to say it's easy necessarily, but I feel like it doesn't take very long to explain how you heal on Disc Priest. It's basically press Void Wraith, press Mind Blast, have your atonements out, and you do big healing. And then the goal is get your Void Wraith back as fast as possible by smiting and penancing. Like, step 1, have Void Wraith out. Step 2, if Void Wraith isn't out, be doing whatever you can to get Void Wraith back as fast as possible. And that will cover... Obviously, every healer has their nuances, their ways to min-max. You know, there's little tricks and stuff that you can learn, but that's pretty much the book on Disc Priest. Have Void Wraith out. Don't not have Void Wraith out. Whereas on Resto Druid, there's like a lot more. If I'm explaining how you're doing healing, it's not as simple as like, you know, press Convoke. There's going to be long stretches of the fight where you don't have Convoke. So you need to have, I think, a deeper understanding of the Resto Druid healing kit in order to keep people alive. It will be probably a lot less, like, if you jump on a Disc Priest and play around with it for an hour. If I handed you a 639 Bisque geared Disc Priest and sent you into a dungeon for an hour, I think you would come out having a pretty good understanding of what the capabilities of Disc Priest are, of like how strong it could be, what it's good at, what it isn't good at, that kind of shit. If I handed you a 639 Resto Druid and sent you into a dungeon for an hour, I think you could walk out after an hour and still have no fucking idea how good Resto Druid is. I think you could come out and go like, I don't know, man. Like when I press Convoke, it feels good. The sustain HPS seems okay, but like, so it's definitely less straightforward. Definitely not what it was at the end of Dragonflight, which is really, you know, when Druid became the meta healer in Dragonflight, it had a similar sort of thing as Disc Priest, where it was like, if you're playing Resto Druid and you keep your life blooms out, your F-Flow down, and you press Regrowth when you get a clear cast proc, you will do an insane amount of it. Oh, and press, but like basically, keep your Grove Guardians out, keep your F-Flow down, keep your life blooms up, and then press Regrowth when you get clear cast procs, and you're going to do a shitload of HPS. Like, that's pretty much the spec. Use Tree Form. And just with that, you could give somebody, I think, a pretty good rundown of how to play Druid at a high level. And the thing was, even if they didn't necessarily know what buttons they were pressing, when to press them, as long as you pressed F-Flow, as long as you had F-Flow down, as long as you pressed Grove Guardians, as long as you pressed Regrowth, you were going to shit out a bunch of HPS. You didn't have to do it like correctly necessarily. And there were a lot of different builds on Druids that people used, which was indicative not of the fact that there were a lot of people that were wrong, but indicative of the fact that it didn't matter which build you used. Druid did a lot of HPS no matter what. The point of having that diversity of talents was that it didn't matter which one you used because Druid did a lot of fucking healing no matter which one you picked. It was hard to pick the wrong ones because no matter what, as long as you're wearing the set bonus, you were doing a lot of fucking healing. And Disc Priest is somewhat similar right now. They have basically like a talent build they use for keys. There's really not a lot of moving shit around. There's maybe like a couple talent points you can swap, but it's pretty much like you take this shit and you press these buttons and you do big HPS. So it's a friendly spec to Fodum Reroll 2 at the moment. I don't think you have to know a lot about Disc Priest to be able to get a lot of strength out of the spec. Certainly, you'll need to know what you're doing by the time you start healing, like 17s, 18s, that kind of shit. But by then, you'll probably have gotten a pretty good idea. Don't know why they didn't nerf or buff healers in upcoming tuning, because they don't give a shit. I think we're pretty much done. I'm frankly surprised they did any tuning at this point in the season. I kind of figured maybe we were just done till like after New Year's at least. Maybe they do a round of buffs after the rings came out, you know? Maybe they wait and see how the rings affect different specs, and maybe some of the specs go Super Saiyan with the ring procs or some shit. But why Flourish and not Photo? I like having a button to press during big damage. Actually, out of curiosity, does Vic upload his logs to Warcraft logs for runs? Let's look. Vicman. What's the highest key that you have put on? What's one where you gotta heal? Let's say Dawmbreaker. You got any Dawmbreakers that you've uploaded? There's a 17 from November 9th. You have a log Looks like you have a log of this. Hell yeah, alright. Alright, Vic, let's throw this fucker in. WoW Analyzer. Let's see where your healing is coming from. Fuck, dude. This was unfortunately, I think, the group that ditched him for a Disc Priest. Wanting to buy Nerfs to Resto Shaman and Disc Priest? I don't think either of those specs is broken at the moment. My only problem with Disc Priest is we talked about this a bit on stream the other day. I think my biggest problem with Disc Priest is they do good HPS without having to use their shields for it. And if you can do... the reason that's a problem is it lets you hold your shields to let people survive one-shots. And I think that part feels bad. Basically, Disc has now been tuned in dungeons to be able to almost exclusively heal with Atonement and to have to use like nothing else. Like just Atonement with Void Wraith is enough to basically meet every HPS check. And your shield can now be used as almost a very short CD external. And to me, that is where Disc should have less HPS than other healers if they're going to be given a valuable shield on a short cooldown. Then the shield should be part of their HPS. And the way that should look is that if you assume a fictional 100% HP on somebody that's being healed, and a druid heals it, like let's say the person gets knocked down to 10%, the druid should have enough HPS to top the person from 10% to 100%. The disc should have enough HPS to top the person from like 10% to 90%, and then they should have to shield that last 10%. And then when the next round of damage starts, the person is only at 90% HP for the Disc Priest, but they have the shield on them that like bridges that gap to 100. And then that's where the shield comes in. Is like Disc is doing a bit less HPS, but the absorb covers the HPS loss. The problem is when both Druid and Disc Priest heal the person to 100%, Disc through Atonement, Druid through its normal kit, and then before the next damage starts, the Disc can put a Power Word shield on the person before the damage starts. And now it's like, okay, so Disc isn't doing the same healing as Druid. It's actually doing more healing than Druid, because not only can it do the same amount of HPS once the damage has happened, it can pre-stop the damage with the shield that it doesn't need as part of its HPS kit. I think absorbs have become superfluous to Disc Priest design. They are no longer a core part of Disc Priest gameplay. They are simply another method of... They are the best method of applying Atonement, but they are, more than anything, just a different way to apply Atonement. You could, I think, effectively remove shields from Disc Priest right now, and it really wouldn't affect the way the spec plays at all. You would just cast Renew or Flash Heal instead of Power Word Shield, and I don't think it would really make any difference to how Disc Priest flows in a key. Power Word Shield is doing really nothing special for the kit. You don't play around it. It's just a different button you press to apply Atonement that has a cooldown on it. So if that's the way the Power Word Shield is going to be, that it doesn't really give a fuck how... Like, at the end of the day, you would like to use Power Word Shield to apply Atonement, but not because Power Word Shield is, like, a great button, necessarily. It's another way to apply Atonement, and it's the best way to do it. It gives you more... It's the most effective use of a GCD to apply Atonement, but if it didn't apply Atonement, you wouldn't use Power Word Shield. very often. And in fact, if anything, I think that might be the way I would balance Disc Priest and Keys, is that in Keys, Power Word Shield doesn't apply atonement. You have to make the decision. Do you want to put atonement on person? Do you want to shield them? You can't do both. You have to either decide whether you want to put atonement out, or you have to decide if you want to shield them. Being able to both put atonement and shield them in the same global is the problem. Or would be, I think, a thing you could force Disc Priest staff to do, is decide, do they want to do healing? Do they want to do absorbing? But like I said, I don't necessarily think it's that like Disc Priest is broken right now. I think they might be slightly too good based on what the meta is, but I don't think the problem is Disc Priests. I will say the one thing about Disc Priest, maybe when I played it, is there were times before I started playing Disc Priest where I thought to myself, I don't know how Disc Priest is going to heal this certain fight, because I don't know, you're not going to be able to get Void Wraith back between this X and Y mechanic. Like, there's not enough time to get Void Wraith back between those two mechanics. But in practice, sometimes there is, and it's like, there should be no fucking way that you can farm Void Wraith back. Like, the fact that it's possible to get Void Wraith back between the splices on the last boss of City of Threads, that should be illegal as fuck. There should be no fucking way that you can get back Void Wraith for both halves of the last boss of City of Threads. I don't give a fuck how much haste you have. Your insane fucking cooldown should not come back between in the space of 20 seconds. That shit's fucking insane. So they shouldn't be able to get back Void Wraith that fast. CDR for them is kind of busted. And that to me is where, if Disc Priest has any element of it that's maybe too strong, it's that the capability to get back Void Wraith in as short of a window as you potentially can on Disc Priest is just kind of broken. No other spec gets their big cooldown back like that. That would be similar to, in a lot of ways, it would be similar to giving Druid a Convoke that could be earned back through just pressing Wrath. And you could Convoke and then just slam a shitload of Wraths and then Convoke again 20 seconds later and then slam a shitload of Wraths and then Convoke again. And if you could do that every time there was a damage event, you'd be a pretty fucking strong spec. It's the first season to ever been meta? It's not. It was meta in season 3 of Dragonflight. It was more meta than Druid was to start the season. What ultimately ended up happening that season was, there at the start of season 3 Dragonflight, you saw Druid, Disc, and Mistweaver all being played in high keys, all to varying levels of success. But I think the most successful at the start of that season was Disc Priest. I think it was being played more often in high keys than any other healer was, and it stayed that way through a good portion of the season. What ultimately ended up happening was at the end of the season, you started getting the 4 DPS bullshit. And it became easier, I think, because Shadow came on as the strong DPS spec in keys. It became easier to play 4 DPS with a Resto Druid and a Shadow Priest than it was to play it with a Moonkin and a Disc Priest. And so teams started favoring Resto Druid for the 4 DPS shit. But Disc Priest was still being played in plenty of keys in season 3. So it was absolutely meta in season 3 to pretend like it wasn't, only because at the end of the season people stopped playing it. For the first 4 months or whatever of that season, people played Disc Priest and keys. They did very well. It was definitely a spec that got plenty of play. It got played in was it a TGP or an MDI season? That was an MDI season, I think. It got played in the MDI some. So, now, has Disc Priest been meta very often in Mythic Plus? No. But the season where it was meta was very recent. And it was basically meta for the same reason it's meta now. Like, the gameplay between those tiers hasn't changed much. Disc Priest had a Mindbender that it could use all the fucking time. And, in fact, even more so that season. Like, they had the even more ridiculous CDR with the set bonus. So, I think Void Wraith is a bit more powerful than Mindbender was, but Mindbender was up like so goddamn much. And so it was like strong for the same reason. You could just have Mindbender out all the fucking time and just heal through shit. Like you basically just had your big cooldown rolling incredibly often. So yeah, it was meta in season 3. All right, let me go grab a drink real quick, and then we will get this last dungeon done, and then we have, let's see, we have raid in like 2.5 hours, so we'll figure out something to do till raid, and then we can go hopefully scoop some loot on the ults. All right, be right back. All right. Actually kind of got lost there for a sec. I forgot we were looking at Vickman's logs. All right, so Vickman healing a 17 Dawnbreaker. This, by the way, is why I dropped Renewing Surge. I'm thinking about picking it back up because I don't know about the other talents I took, but this is what I dislike about this talent is if you're playing Cenarian Ward, which you should be, it's a very strong talent. If you're playing Cenarian Ward and you're playing Verdant Infusion, then very often you're extending Cenarian Ward with Swiftmend. Like, that's what you're using Swiftmend for, is to extend your Cenarian Ward. And the problem is, very often, that will be on a person that is at full fucking health or very close to it. Because realistically, if somebody has Sin Ward on them, and Sin Ward is procced, by the time, if you Swiftmend them quickly, like your goal is to wait for a Cenarian Ward to proc, and then Swiftmend the person to extend the Cenarian Ward. Very often, the hit that proc Cenarian Ward wasn't necessarily like a ball breaker. It wasn't like you put Sin Ward on somebody, they got hit and dropped down to 80% or to 20% health, and then you healed them. A lot of times, somebody gets hit, they drop down to whatever, 70% health, Sin Ward pops, you press Swiftmend to extend it. So you didn't get necessarily a lot of value off that. And then the problem is that you're probably going to want to extend Cenarian Ward again when your Swiftmend comes back up. If that person has been sitting there with Sin Ward on them for the last however many seconds you had on Swiftmend, if that person's been sitting there for 13 or 14 seconds with the Cenarian Ward rolling on them, they're probably, more often than not, pretty close to full health. If they've just been getting healed, just been chilling with a Sin Ward on them for 14 or 15 seconds, 13, whatever fucking seconds, good chance that that person has been topped off. And so if you go to extend Sin Ward again, they're probably full health. And you're probably sending Swiftmend on a person that's not getting any fucking healing from the Swiftmend. And so for a talent where the whole purpose of the talent is to heal people that are low health, but you're also, like, this is one of my problems with the Druid kit at the moment, is that Swiftmend wears so many hats in the Druid kit right now. There's so many things that are tied to Swiftmend that are essentially looking to do opposite things. Like the fact that you're getting Verdant Infusion, extending Sin Ward, and also it's your Soul of the Forest trigger. So, like, you're a lot of times wanting to use Swiftmend in advance of big healing. If I want to empower my my Wild Growth with Soul of the Forest, a lot of times I'm sending Swiftmend before any damage has really happened to get ready to throw out a big Wild Growth. Because if I wait until the damage has happened to use Swiftmend, it's too late. I need to already have the healing ready to go. So you've got Soul of the Forest that oftentimes wants you to press Swiftmend before any damage has happened. You've got Verdant Infusion that's asking you to extend Cenarian Ward. That's like clearly the best use of Verdant Infusion, is to extend the one hot that's really strong. But this is very often going to require you to press Swiftmend independent of whether any damage is getting ready to happen. There's a lot of times where this is gonna require you to press Swiftmend when, like, nothing is coming up in the next few seconds. So now you have to make a decision between whether you want to use Swiftmend to empower your healing with Soul of the Forest, or do you want to use Swiftmend to extend your strong Sin Ward hot? Those two things are going to be competing for how you use it. Then you've also got Renewing Surge that makes you want to use it on a low health target, but that's probably not whoever has Sin Ward on them is probably not low health. So you're probably not going to get a lot of value off Renewing Surge. And then you've also got one of your, if you're playing like Keeper of the Grove, or both Keeper of the Grove and Wildstalker have some uses of Swiftmend. With Keeper, you get a haste proc when you press it, so you're wanting to press Swiftmend as much as you can because haste is good. So you're encouraged to send that shit on CD. You don't want to hold that. You want to be pressing it as much as you can. You like that haste proc. Same deal with Wildstalker. You put out Symbiotic, if you're playing the one hero talent, you put out Symbiotic Blooms when you Swiftmend people. So, like, Swiftmending adds a nice hot on somebody, so you're trying to press that too. So there's just way too much shit that Swiftmend does for you. There's way too many things that are like hooked back to Swiftmend, and they need to like that button, and all of that, by the way, is distinct from the original purpose of Swiftmend. Was it's supposed to be your emergency heal. Like, it's supposed to be the button you press when somebody drops low, and you're like, oh shit, and you press. But that hasn't been what the fuck Swiftmend has been for a long time. It's been so many other things before being your emergency heal. And it's kind of why I laugh. They, the changes to Resto Druid this week, they did some tuning on a few different specs. The one thing they changed on Resto Druid was they made Swiftmend heal 25% more, and it's like, cool, I'm going to do 25% more overhealing with Swiftmend because I don't use it to heal. I do not use Swiftmend as a heal now. I use it as an activator. I use it as an extender. I use it for a lot of different reasons. Very rarely is it to fucking heal anybody anymore. And it's just a poorly designed button now. It's bloated. I don't know that there's another button on any other healer that does as many different fucking things for a spec as Swiftmend does. And all of them like completely different things. It's kind of shitty. And I really wish they would overhaul the way that all of those things work. Is it on the GCD? Yeah. Anyway, what we were looking at here is to see how much value Vikman gets out of photo and verdancy relative to, let's see, where's one of my... Where's one where we healed a high dungeon? On Druid. City of Threads, was this a Druid dungeon? This was a Druid dungeon. I must not have timed this one, because I don't have a city timed on my Druid. I think this is one that we missed by, like... What's the timer in city? Of course, it doesn't tell me what the fuck that is. Oh well. Okay, so if we take this... Well, analyzer... Alright, so obviously these are different dungeons. Numbers aren't going to be completely apples to apples. But just out of curiosity. And I will say, I think Dawnbreaker is a dungeon where I could get away with not playing Flourish for the reasons that I want to play Flourish. One of the reasons I want to play Flourish is because there are certain dungeons with damage patterns that occur so frequently that I just don't have something for each of them. On Dawnbreaker, the shit occurs infrequently enough that I think you might be able to get away with... Well, actually, that's not entirely true. Second boss does Shadowy Decay every 23 seconds, 58, so that's every 25. No. Oh, he has like a big stretch here where he... So that's... You'd have Convoke here, and here you'd have to Natty heal through this. I am curious. I may go look at Vikman's log to see what buttons he's pressing there to heal through that. But anyway, so let's see. Flourish was 5.3% of my HPS. Now, what I'm curious about is how these change on. Obviously, throughout the dungeon, photo is going to be better, like on trash pulls and shit. That's not where I would want Flourish. So what I'm curious about now is I'm going to check Anubikaj for like boss healing to see how valuable this shit was. Okay, so on Anubikaj, photo was worth 3% of his HPS and verdancy was worth 4.3. I would consider verdancy at this point to basically be an extension of photosynthesis because without photo, verdancy kind of sucks. I don't know if I played verdancy in my key. I think I didn't because it was so bad. without without photo. So I'd be willing to essentially credit verdancy healing to photo, or at least like 3/4 of it. Maybe if you played Flourish, this would have been like 1% instead of 4.5. But we'll call that 7% healing from photo and verdancy. And then let's look at something like coagulation. All right, so Flourish is worth 7% for me here. And this, frankly, would be the kind of fight where photo would probably get pretty good value. I'm actually surprised Flourish got this much value for me on this fight, because this fight you do a lot of healing all the time. Like, people are always have absorbs on them. Flourish should be better on a fight where there's like a fight, honestly, like Anub'Kaj, where it's like a lot of nothing and then a lot of nothing and then nothing. Coagulation is a fight where there's some stretches where there's no healing, but they're small, and then the orbs come out and you have to soak them, and you need to heal people out the whole time. And so there's a lot, especially as you get higher on the key and the absorbs get bigger and bigger. You have to spend more and more of the fight getting rid of them. So it was worth 7% on this fight. It was worth, let's check Izzo. It was worth 8.5% on Izzo. And this is the kind of fight where I feel like Flourish is exactly this is exactly the kind of fight where I want Flourish, because without Flourish and this key, when you heal this, you have this is how this fight works, is it's always the same timers. You get Splice at 10 seconds, and then 1/2 of the AoE 6 seconds later. Then you get the next Splice at 32, so 22 seconds after your first splice, you get a second splice, and then the other half of the AoE 6 seconds after that. Then you get a reprieve, and then the whole thing starts over again a minute after the phase. So basically a 1 minute, it's 1 minute phases. So the problem with running photo on this fight, if you didn't play Flourish, is you have one healing CD on Druid at that point, unless you're playing like Trank or some weird shit, and it's Convoke. So you could Convoke one of these, and that's great, but then what the hell do you do for the other one? And the problem here is, the only thing I can think of here is that it might be enough to like Convoke this, hold all of your Grove Guardians, and then dump all 3 Grove Guardians here, and maybe that's enough to heal through this. I don't know. I have been using Grove Guardians as a standalone button on fights, on certain fights. I've been treating a 3-stack of Grove Guardians as its own 1 minute cooldown. Basically, I tried not to use Grove Guardians for any other part of the fight. I just let it build up to a 3-stack, and then on a fight where, and the fight that comes to mind for that is on Edna and Stone Vault, the Refracting Beam. Back when we were doing more 2/2/2 breaks, I feel like now it's more popular to do like 1/1/4 or to like backload more of the damage. But for a long time when I was doing Stone Vaults, we would do 2/2/2 breaks. So you'd break 2 with Refracting, 2 with Refracting, and then Earth Shadow would break the last 2. And this meant that you needed a cooldown at 14 seconds. You needed a cooldown at 34 seconds, so 20 seconds apart. And then you would need another cooldown to heal like this, whatever was left here. And then the process starts back over. But the problem is it's not even a minute apart. the refracting beams are, this is 14 seconds and this is a minute too. So it's 48 seconds apart. So you don't even get a full minute between each cycle of refracting beams. And each one of these hurts enough if you do 222 that you need like something for each one of them. It's not enough to just like wild growth and throw some regrowths. You have to do something, have some extra shit here. And so it was fights like this where I was like, fuck, man, like, I just feel like I do not have enough buttons for this shit. Because, and this goes back to the idea of, on Anubakaj, for instance. You can convoke this. You can convoke every other Shadowy Decay, basically. But then you have to have something to press here. And to my mind, at least, if you can heal this without Convoke or Flourish, then unless you're using an insane amount of like personals or something, which you, I mean, maybe you can, I don't know. Maybe there's enough stuff to rotate here. Like you could probably Zephyr, you know, you could probably like Convoke here, Zephyr here, Convoke here, personals here, something, I don't know. But it feels like if you can heal this without Convoke, you could probably heal every one of them without Convoke. And if Druid can do that, if Druid can heal every one of these phases without Convoke, well then holy shit, that must be an insane fucking healer. If you can just heal through a Shadowy Decay with no cooldowns, that's pretty wild. And I'm pretty sure Druid can't do that. So I got to the point where I was like, I feel like I just need another button. And I don't feel like Photo is especially helpful for fights like that. Photo is good for fights where there's sustained damage. You heard Vikman can do it? Yeah, that's what we were looking at. We're looking at his log. And that's what I wanted to go look at for this is, what is he pressing on that? And Vikman's a good... I like having Vikman as another Druid because he and I think, approach the spec pretty differently for keys. The things he likes pressing, the things I like pressing, I think are fairly different. And a lot of times I'll get in the... a lot of times I'll get in the habit of feeling like the way I'm doing it, I'll be like, man, I just don't know if there's any other way you could do it. And then I'll see Vikman do it with his build. And then that's good. To have somebody that like checks you like that and to be like, I just don't think you could do it with the other build. And then somebody does it and you're like, okay, I must be missing something. There must be something I'm overlooking here. And so it's helpful to have somebody else that plays the spec differently and can help illuminate parts of another build that you are maybe not, you maybe don't appreciate enough. So let's check his Anubakaj. All right. So let's see here. Let's do this. Why the fuck is Warcraft logs being so laggy today, man? All right. So what I want to see is here, basically. This is the damage done. This is going to be the Shadowy Decay. I want to see what Vikman's pressing at this part of the fight. Bro! Come on, man! All right. I have a lot of expectations from a site that I don't pay any money for, you know? All right. So what are we pressing here? We are pressing. Fuck. How little of the fight did I? Was it just convoke? Wait, what did he press at the beginning of the fight? Bro, like, come on, man. We can't be doing this shit where you spend fucking 5 seconds between every time I click something. All right, whatever. New Bocage. Oh, fuck, it's gonna make me. Dude, this is weird. It's weird the way they do the fight breakdowns like this. Okay, so he convokes here, which must be the first. Actually, we're gonna set this by damage taken. And I'm about to give up, man. This is fucking awful. All right. Let's pin. Actually, no, I want to pin this as Shadowy Decay. Let's do this. So where does Shadowy Decay happen? All right. Okay. What's he healing with here? Or I guess maybe what I'll look at is what he's casting here. All right, so his Spymaster goes here for the third one, which is the overlap between the Dark Orbs. So this is this one and this one, this is like bad overlap, and this is bad overlap junior. This one's like actually like orb hits at the same time it starts. This one is like, I think the orb hits slightly before, like you have a little bit more time. All right, so let's see where the Grove Guardians come out. Good. This is a useful graph right here. Thank you. Warcraft logs, very helpful. Okay, there we go. So we send 2 before this one. All right, and then where's Convoke? So we convoke first, third. This is the one, like, what's here? What's healing through this one? This is that's the one I don't understand. He's not putting Grove Guardians on it. I mean, it's just one. That's even less. He's putting more Grove Guardians on the ones he convokes than that. So it's like no Grove Guardians, no convoke. No Spy Masters. He does pot that one. That's the one he health pots, I think. Where does he renewal? Bro, come on. Very good, very good. There it is. Okay, so he renewals. Yeah, so he health pots and renewals this one. I wonder if he just tells everybody to health pot that one. This is I guess if there's a thing I could improve on as a healer, it's utilizing other people's shit more. I don't think there's ever been a fight where I've like called for other people's defensives on a druid or called for the healer. I always take it as my duty to like heal through everything. I should always assume nobody has anything ready, basically, and be able to heal through everything. I mean, maybe sometimes you'll need a defensive to like literally knock it one shot. Like if it's impossible to heal you through it, you know, if you're gonna get one tapped by it, that's one thing. But basically, if you're not gonna die from full to dead, then it's my job to heal you through it. And So, does everybody slam health pots here, I guess? Will be interesting. Let's check Antichka. Where do you healing pot? Is it number 2? No, it's number 3. But yeah, maybe that's the most dangerous one for him. I don't know. Where do you bulwark totem? Number 4. Like afterwards, it's kind of weird. I wonder if that's on an orb. Astral Shift, where does that get used? Now, if I had to guess, I would say Astral Shift on number 2. But, nope. Yeah, it's like, that's what I don't understand. Nobody's using... Antishka's not pressing shit here. Does he, like, healing surge himself, or... Does he press healings? Okay, he presses healing surge 2 times this dungeon. Okay, one of them is on the second one, and one of them's on the first one. Do they use Zephyr here? Yeah, dude. Keep spinning, motherfucker. Okay, so Zephyr gets used on 2 and 5. Okay, yeah, so Zephyr here. What are the classes? Where do they aim, Z? Number 3, okay. And I'm also curious what they use for number 4. Because that one should also be relatively difficult to heal through. Where does he pot? Good. Show me the fucking black screen again. Excellent. Bro, like, come on, dude. There we go. Okay, he pots number 2. Okay. Is there anything that... Oops. Wait, go back. Is there anything that, anybody else can do here? When is he AG? I don't know that that necessarily helps much on this. Unless the ads are still up, but... AG, sick. Thank you. God damn it, man. Just show me the fucking... Oh, fuck. No. Come back. Graph. Okay, he AG's 3rd. So, yeah, it's another thing on number 3. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck. I mean, I guess maybe Zephyr is just enough, plus spamming the shit out of regrowth. But... yeah, this is the kind of thing where I feel like Flourish is just objectively better on a fight like this. Oops, no, I'll go back. IMO. Which isn't to say it's not possible to do it without Zephyr, or without Flourish, but... I'm gonna guess when I go look at, like, if I go look at Izzo... fuck is that? Let's go look at when Izzo hits with the splice. Okay, so Izzo, splice. Where's splice number 2? Second splice is at 3209. Okay, so 3209. this. Okay, 32. 09 to 32. It's 6 seconds after splice that it goes off, right? 3209 to 32. We'll say 3220. Oops, 3220. All right, and then over here, let's go back to the damage taken. The fuck is this, man? Come on. Whatever, while we're here. All right, so 3209, so... Oh, wait. Did I... Oh, I didn't press filter. Okay, so... This should be the one where I... Nope, this is one where I convoked. Fuck, so that means it's the one before. So did I flourish the... Or did I... No? Okay, so what would have... 31... The floor... Or the... Things happen... How far apart splices are... God damn it, man. This shit's really annoying to check. Splice is 32 compared to 10, so they're 22 seconds apart. So if it was 31, or if it was 3209, then 20 seconds earlier would be 3149. And then this will say we'll just do 32 even. All right, so yeah, here. Flourish was 18% of my healing here. Versus... Dude, god damn it. Like, what is going on? All right, Anubicage. So let's see here. At 1915 to 1930, I guess we'll say for this one. I don't know exactly when it starts. I don't think those are the exact spots, but oh shit, we need to switch who it's on. Vikman. Okay. 1915 to 19. Well, okay, let's say 1925 and 1918 or something. It's probably more accurate. All right, so okay, seems weird. Is that actually the part of the dungeon that this is? Did this fuck up? Fuck. Is there a way I can look at the timeline of show enemy ability timeline? Yeah. Let's reset this filter. Okay, enemy ability timeline. Interesting. Interesting. I've never used this part of WoW Analyzer before, but this is kind of cool. All right, holy fuck, this is a lot of scroll. Oh, okay, I was like, where's a fucking bar? Okay, so we're looking for Anubicage. This Abyssal Blast. Dark Orb, Shadowy Decay. Okay, so first Dark Orb, first Shadowy Decay, second Dark Orb, second Shadowy Decay. All right, so this starts at 19... we'll say 1920 to 1923. Filter it. Statistics. I actually don't know what the hell was happening on this part of the fight. How in the fuck did photosynthesis contribute 0% of his healing? how does a thing do 0%? How does you got life? Are you telling me Life Bloom didn't tick a single time during this part of the fight? Did he just not have any Life Blooms out? What the fuck? Yeah, well, I guess the parts of this that I want, what I should be doing right now is not using the same fucking window for both parts of this. So it should be opening up a different window. What you really have to, and this is where it gets confusing, or not confusing, but misleading maybe, is photosynthesis will be credited for a lot of healing over the dungeon. It'll say it's a very good healing talent, and over time it is. The problem is, I don't feel like Druid struggles with healing over time. I feel like Druid struggles with healing in small windows. Burst healing. And Photo, I don't think, does very much in small windows. If I need to top somebody from like 10% to full over the space of 10 seconds, Photo will be very good at that. It'll, Life Blooms will be rolling, be proc convergency, health bar is going to... But if I need to keep somebody... If I need to top somebody up from 10% to 100% in 3 seconds, Photo's not great at that. Unless you just get some insane procs on vergency or something. And so, I feel like if you look at an entire dungeon, or even an entire boss fight, you can come away with the impression that photosynthesis is doing a lot of healing in the dungeon that is, I think, in reality, sort of superfluous healing. Like, it's healing you up in the moments of the fight where you don't necessarily... Like, the way I would describe it is like, or characterize it, is Photo would be doing its healing after you have lived through Shadowy Decay. Like, it's like boom, 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 and your health is like, and now you're low. And over the next, whatever, 10 seconds, it's going to be like ticking you back up. And so it'll get credited with that. The, like, healing you back up to full. And they'll be like, oh, dude, Photo's doing a shitload of your healing. And it's like, yeah, but it didn't do it when I needed it to. It did it afterwards. And it didn't really help me survive Shadowy Decay. It just healed the aftermath of it. And that's my biggest problem with Photo, is that I don't think it's doing the healing. I don't think it's doing the healing that it's credited with in the times of the fight where I want it to be healing. I feel like it's doing it afterwards. And it looks good on the meters afterwards. You're like, oh, fuck yeah, look at Photo. It popped off. But it's like, yeah, but it popped off after business was taken care of. It was just the guy that came in and cleaned up. And that's not what I need a healer. That's not what I need a healing talent to do for me. I need a healing talent to help me survive Shadowy Decay, not heal up health after Shadowy Decay is done. So is it best to convoke one and then flourish the other? That's essentially how I use it. When do I skill Star Surge? I take Star Surge all the time when I'm playing Keeper of the Grove as a way to trigger my Call of the Elder Druid for Dream of Scenarios. Otherwise, you gotta shift into cat form or bear form to trigger it, and that's annoying as fuck. Waste of global. So, anyway, that's the way I feel about photosynthesis. And maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, because again, it's kind of hard to like calculate that. You essentially have to go into each burst window and then look at how the healing played out. Which can take a while. It's a bit involved. But I think if you do that, if you go through bosses and you look at what was actually healing people up in the shadow, if you look at Shadowy Decay, what was actually doing healing during Shadowy Decay, I think what you would find most often is Photo isn't really doing a whole lot when because how could it? Shadowy Decay is like a 3-second window. How could Photo do that much healing? Like, there's no way for Photo, the way it works, to do that meaningful of healing. Unless it's proccing the shit out of Verdancy, which is totally RNG and unlikely to happen. It's unlikely that in the space of 3 seconds you would like trigger Verdancy 4 times or whatever. So yeah, I feel like for those moments, Flourish is just a more useful button. It may look worse overall in the dungeon because Photo's going on all the time. You know, Photo's happening every second of the key. You've got Life Blooms out. It's always contributing, always useful. And so at the end of the key, when you average everything out, you look at what Photo contributed, you look at what Flourish contributed, you're like, man, Photo didn't really do that. Or Flourish didn't really do that much, did it? But in the same way, I would kind of compare it to like a health pot. You know, you may have only used your health pot, 3 or 4 times in a dungeon. And if you look at the overall healing of the health pot, you might be like, dude, these health pots don't do shit, right? Like, this is responsible for so little of my healing. But in the moment when you needed the health pot, it was the most important fucking healing that occurred in the dungeon. You know, it may have only done, what, I don't even know how much the health pots do now. Just a fucking mouse over this shit. May have only done 12 million of your healing, but it was like, that was the most important goddamn 12 million healing that you got all dungeon, because it kept you from dying. What do we think about Rejuve versus Life Bloom overall? I saw Vikman have it as one of his top heals. Saw what is top heal? Rejuve or Life Bloom? Rejuve? Yeah, I mean, you will be applying a lot of Rejuves as a druid. Not because Rejuve is necessarily a sick heal, but because you need the mastery stacks. And you need to be applying. It's basically like it's you can't do enough healing without applying Rejuves. And in order to get Rejuves out, you have to press them a lot. Like, you have to put them on everybody, or at least a lot of people. So, yeah, you'll end up doing a fair chunk. Like, do I have any key on here that actually required me to do healing? I doubt it. I think I've just been sending weeklies. What's a key with healing? Definitely nothing from Mists. Maybe a 12 Necrotic on the second boss, perhaps? Oh, this is one we wiped. Fuck. Okay, what about an 11 on the second boss? Stitch Flesh. The 49-second boss. Yeah, probably not that, actually. Amarth, maybe? Yeah, maybe not. But I mean, yeah, we casted a fair number of Rejuves. I say fair, it was 5. I casted 5, compared to 4 regrowths. But yeah, I've definitely had logs on more difficult healing dungeons. My Rejuves have been... It's never been my top heal, for sure. But there's definitely been times where it's started to approach, like, regrowth, wild growth, those buttons. All right. What is Dream of Cenarius healing? That's your Heart of the Wild. When Heart of the Wild's well, even now when it's not active, but especially when it's active, Wrath, Shred, Starfire, and Swipe transfer damage into healing. So we have dungeons like this 11 Mists, where there's not a lot of healing that's necessary in the dungeon. So Dream of Cenarius as a passive heal from damage ends up being a big chunk of the healing you do because you didn't have to press that many healing. I mean, I only did 560k HPS throughout the dungeon. I just didn't need to do that much healing. So at the end of the dungeon, then Dream of Cenarius is 23% of it. Ever play cat weaving when going Dream? No. I would never rely on Dream of Cenarius in cat form. I may play it, but if I'm going to rely on Dream of Cenarius healing to heal a pull, it will be because I'm pressing Moonkin spells, not because I'm pressing cat form spells. But yeah, like the pulls in Necrotic Wake, like the trash before first boss, Blightbone, this is just gonna be like a fuck ton of Dream of Cenarius. Yeah, it's 40% of my healing on that was Dream of Cenarius. Swipe isn't nearly as good as Starfire. The problem is, even if it was, even if Swipe was doing the same amount of damage as Starfire was, by the way that cat form ability, the way that cat form is designed to work is you have an energy bar, and energy bars are intended to be like cyclical. You bottom them out, you wait for them to recharge, you bottom them out, or at least on the Resto Druid. But you're gonna have a period where you have to wait for the energy to refill. And if you're doing a pull where you're relying on Dream of Cenarius to heal the pull, you can't afford to have a break where you're not doing anything while your energy recharges, which is what makes Starfire or Wrath so much more valuable in those situations. Is you never have to stop casting those. But I mean, maybe you have to move or something that forces you to stop, but you could conceivably just sit there and hammer, and oftentimes do, just hammer Starfires for like 30 seconds in a row. I mean, you just pop Heart of the Wild and just Starfire. Every cast Starfire, just continuous. And if it stopped healing for a few seconds, there may be enough incidental damage coming out that somebody dies. If you were relying on that Dream of Cenarius to be your healing, if you are avoiding doing it, because when I have Heart of the Wild rolling, I'm not pressing other healing buttons. I'm not setting up, other shit in anticipation of Dream of Cenarius having gaps in it. I'm just there pressing Starfire the whole time, expecting that will be enough to heal through the pull. As long as I keep pressing Starfire, everything will work out. And if I had to, for whatever reason, stop pressing Starfire for several globals, I would get very scared. I'd be like, fuck, I don't have anything else happening right now. I didn't prepare for this. I've let all my hots fall off. I haven't refreshed Efflow. I am just slamming Starfire. So if my Starfire stop, there is no more healing happening. We're in trouble. But if you try to heal exclusively through Dream of Cenarius and cat form, there will necessarily be, at the very least, there will be some lulls when you bottom out you could try to sit in cat form and keep hitting abilities, but when you bottom out your energy, you're going to have to wait to like swipe, it's going to be like swipe, 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 and it's definitely going to slow down when your energy hits zero. You're not intended to sit in cat form, for 30 seconds in a row, 40 seconds in a row. Simply focus on Starfire. So if you have a big enough pull, Starfire is basically, for all intents and purposes, Starfire is like infinite HPS. Like when I did this pull, this was with Lust and Heart of the Wild rolling. We did 40% of our HPS was Dream of Cenarius, and it was still 47% over healing. The amount of damage the group would have to be taking while Heart of the Wild is rolling with sufficient mob count. If you're pulling like 4 mobs, it's one thing. The pulls at the start of Necrotic Wake, there's, you know, like 15 mobs in there or something. You're generating so much healing every Starfire that in order for somebody to die, they basically have to be getting one shot. The other nice thing about Starfire Dream of Cenarius is that unlike Wrath, where it's one instance of damage, so all of the healing from Wrath has to go into the one target. Like a Wrath generates one heal on somebody. It'll be a big heal because single target spells do a bigger coefficient. So when you look at the transfer, it's Wrath does 100% of its damage is healing. Starfire does 50%. So that one heal is going to be a big one, but it means only one person in the group is getting healed at a time. So if multiple people are taking damage and you Wrath and it throws a huge heal, it might have been more healing than the one person that got healed needed, but not enough to keep the other, you know, since the other person didn't get anything, they may die. What's nice about Starfire is it hits obviously one target really hard, but then it splashes on everything around it. And each of those splashes can then be a different heal for a different person. So unlike Wrath, where you're just throwing one big heal every cast to somebody in the group, with Starfire, every time the Starfire comes down, it's essentially blasting healing on the group. Now, whoever gets the heal from the primary target of the Starfire will get a much bigger heal than whatever all of the AoE damage is. But it means that every time you cast on a big pull, it's spamming healing on the whole group, whoever needs it. And in sort of the same vein, one of the nice things about Dream of Cenarius that is unusual for a damage to healing thing is that not only does it do really good HPS, it can also do just really good HPS into one target, which is usually not the way damage to healing conversions work. If you are doing like Ancient Teachings or back in the day, you know, Way of the Crane, or if you're doing Atonement healing, usually those things are very good at healing up a bunch of people at once, but they're not so great at healing up one person that's getting shit on. That's usually where you have to like fall back from, you know, when Disc Priest can't use Atonement, it's usually because one guy's getting fucked up really, really heavily. And that's when you have to like fall back and start using Defensive Penance, start using shields, doing other things besides just leaning on Atonement, because Atonement is intended to heal up a bunch of people at a pretty good rate, not one person at a really high rate. Same deal with like Monk AoE healing, intended to heal the group, not one person. But Dream of Cenarius can put a shitload of healing into one person. If I Starfire and only one guy is taking damage, it'll put that whole fucking Starfire into one guy. And so that's where when you look at like my healing from Dream of Cenarius, it was like, but basically all my healing on the tank was either Regrowth, Sinward, or Dream of Cenarius. And it can put a ton of healing into one guy if you need it to. If there's only one dude on the pull taking damage, then all of that healing from Dream is going into that guy. Which is different from, you know, like I said, a lot of times with Atonement, you're going to get a flat amount of healing. You know, if you have Atonement on one guy or 5 guys, it doesn't really change how much healing the Atonement's doing per person. It's not like you could elect to only have one Atonement out, and then, but the game is going to take 5 Atonements worth of healing and focus it into the one Atonement. You're just going to have one Atonement's worth of healing. But Dream of Cenarius will put the whole Dream of Cenarius healing into one guy if you need it to. I have, I feel like at least anecdotally gotten the impression over the last week that there are just like no 16s in the queue anymore. I have not been looking for them as much as I was a week or two ago, but the few times I have checked, I have seen no 15s or 16s. Do I macro Nature's Vigil with anything? Yeah, I macro with Flourish. Even on NA, there aren't really. Well, that's the expectation, I think, is that EU always has higher level keys than NA. But I feel like a week or two ago, if I would look for 15s and 16s, I'd see them occasionally. I feel like over the past couple 3, 4, 5 days when I've looked, never any. So for the Necrotic Wake Pull, you just pop Heart of the Wild and spam Starfire? Yeah, I'll pull it up on stream. We did one earlier today. Stream for Thanksgiving? I may stream Thanksgiving Day. I don't know what our plans are. I think the kids are at their dad's, so on the Thanksgiving, we alternate every other holiday. Who gets the kids, and I think this year they're with their dad. And I think when Shauna and I have Thanksgivings where it's just the two of us, usually it's pretty low key. I think she'll make some stuff. Well, obviously, it won't be like a huge thing, but I may stream during the day, and then we'll just have a nice dinner and hang out at night. All right. Where did we do our Necrotic Wake? Was that before or after this one? I think it was before, but maybe it was after? Yeah, it was before. Okay. Oh, it was the very first thing I did today. Okay. I was thinking I did a Necrotic or a Mist to start, but I guess not. All right, so here's an 11. I mean, admittedly, it's 11, not huge, but the concept is the same. It doesn't really change on high keys. It's kind of, in fact, it's more impressive on high keys because I get to spend more time with Heart of the Wild and Bloodlust rolling. So it's basically this: you gather up all the mobs, pop Heart of the Wild. That's my yellow bar is tracking my Heart of the Wild uptime. We didn't even lust here. Normally we lust this pull in most dungeons, so this is a non-lusted pull. But you can see here if you see the kind of healing as we start. So we're at 12 million or about 13 million. Okay, so we're gonna drop a Starfire right. All right, so we're sitting at just under 14 million healing. Starfire goes off and we're at 17 million. So that was about 3.5 million healing from the Starfire. And then we drop another Starfire and it's 20.7. So another 3 million healing from Starfire. Then we drop another, it goes from 20.7 to 25.3. So another, and I mean, there's like a little bit of healing going on from my hots, residual hots here on the DK. So this isn't all Dream of Scenarios, but it's close. Then 25.3 to 31.34. Now, my details is set to not refresh as often, so some of these is going to be like 2 Starfires worth of healing. But basically, every cast of this is like 3 to 4 million. And with Heart of the Wild rolling, Starfire is, I think, like a 1 point... Hang on, let me go hit a dummy and... It is a 1.2 second cast. So my GCD is 103. So a 1.2 second cast is not much longer than my global cooldown. So that's essentially 3 to 4 million on a pull that size. It's essentially 3 to 4 million healing every 1.2 seconds. So, you know, you can quick math that one, but that's probably over 3 million HPS raw. Now that, you know, whether or not that's being utilized effectively is one thing, but I have had that Necrotic Wake pull is a very good example of when Heart of the Wild can be very strong for healing. I have had pulls at the start of Necrotic Wake with Lust and Heart of the Wild rolling where I have done 2 million HPS and like 1.7 or 8 million DPS. Druid needs a 5-man group DR. I mean, you get those reactionary takes when Druid's not meta. Druid needs something. Well, it's like, okay, but we just got done with Druid being meta for 2 seasons. Clearly, Druid doesn't need anything to be meta. It just got done spending half of an expansion. Probably more than that. Honestly, like, Druid was the only healer in Season 4. It ended Season 3 being the only healer. It didn't start Season 3 being the only healer, but it was a strong healer through all of Season 3. And even in Season 1, I would maybe argue that Preservation was a bit stronger than Druid, but Druid was like, if Preservation was 1A, Druid was 1B. So Druid does not need anything to be meta. It just doesn't fit in the meta right now as well as Disc Priest does. Part of what makes Disc so good right now is that Enhanced Shaman scales like a fucking nuclear weapon with haste. And putting PI on the Enhanced Shaman just does some crazy work. In a way that there have been other seasons where you didn't get that same value from a PI. Part of it is Shadow Priest is not great, so Priest, like Disc Priest is your only option. You know, it's interesting because we, up until this season, had never had a meta since Mark of the Wild was invented where you didn't have a Mark of the Wild on the group. You always had a Mark of the Wild in there. And I think people would have treated Mark of the Wild as maybe the single most important group buff. It was in like every group. But what we've outside, I guess in Season 1, I don't know that you had a PI in your group necessarily. Shadow was good in Season 1, but it wasn't like hard meta. You could bring it to high keys, but it wasn't necessarily required. But from Season 2 onward, you've had PI in your group every season. And now when groups have to pick between Mark and PI, they take PI. But if Enhance gets nerfed, when Enhance gets nerfed, it's already being nerfed. I don't know. I mean, it's not a huge nerf. I think you'll still play it. But if Enhance gets nerfed down to the point where PIing it is not quite so pivotal for group speed, maybe Druid can jump in there. All right, a 15 Necrotic Wake. I'm bored. We'll queue for it. I need one more key for my weekly. Just be a new PI target? Maybe. But it doesn't mean they're going to, like, part of what makes Enhanced such a good PI target right now is that it goes crazy on one target if you need it to, which is where PI has always been in a lot of ways the most valuable, is when you can use it to delete a dangerous guy. That's when, like, a lot of it is the same as, like, when Fire Mage is good, it has good single target, and you can use Ignite to basically PI a Fire Mage, have him just execute one guy and then do like really good AoE around it, but like he just shits on the one guy really hard. And so you can do these dangerous trash pulls where there's a mini boss that you need to kill really quickly, and the Fire Mage can do that with PI. Like you PI the Fire Mage and he's like, don't even look at the mini boss, that guy's dead. You guys just finished trash. And that's kind of what Enhanced Shaman can do this season, is you put PI on him on a dangerous pull and he can like fuck someone up. Do I have a team I push keys with? There's some guys I started playing with this past week. I don't know if I don't know what the plans are long term with them. But started doing some higher keys with a group this week. The team I played with the last couple of seasons, I think they picked up a new healer. I've noticed them playing with a new guy for the past couple weeks, and they haven't been talking to me at all. So I think they picked up a different healer. Rude. I mean, it goes that way sometimes. But yeah, I mean, in some ways it may have kind of worked out because at the start of the season, they were talking about wanting to do Great Push together, and I was like, I mean, no offense, but I don't really want to do Great Push with this group. Like, we're not gonna win, you know, and like I don't want to just show up. I don't want to go fuck around on Great Push with a group that's like not gonna really compete. But they seemed like they've been talking about it for a while, and this season was the one where they were like, all right, we want to do Great Push, and it was like, Now, this is the kind of thing that annoys me a bit. Snur's not inviting me because he wants a fucking Disc Priest. But I'm like, bro, I've timed to 15. You've timed to 13. There we go, buddy. Oh, I didn't even get invited to that group. I got invited to the other group. Like, I've timed to fucking 15, Necrotic. I promise you the Fleshcrafter on a 15 is unfucking necessary. And in a pug, realistically, what are you going to be doing? I feel like you're more likely to grief your key trying to play around a Fleshcrafter in a 15. $619 wrists. Yeah, it's just been the last thing I've gotten around to. I could have crafted some. Part of it is our raid has just been extraordinarily unlucky with wrists. I actually looked at our main raid this week to see if the bracers, because there's leather bracers off the second boss. I looked to see if the leather bracers dropped off the second boss next reset. Am I guaranteed to get those bracers? Like, am I the last guy in raid that doesn't have mythic bracers? And I looked, and no, there's still like 3 other leather wearers in our raid that don't have mythic bracers yet. We have been turbo unlucky with seeing those fucking things. So even if they drop at this point, I don't know that I'm guaranteed to get them. I do think the engineering bracers are technically BIS, and I could craft those next week if the bracers don't drop from raid. I think that's what I think my plan for next week is that if the bracers don't drop from raid, I can craft engineering bracers. Hang on. Anyway, so if we don't get the bracers next reset from raid, I think I craft engineering, or no matter what, they're technically BIS. It's like insanely close between those and the bracers from Bloodbound Horror. or the bracers from, is it here, I think? Yeah, these bracers are also really good. So any of those are interchangeable. I would prefer to get the ones from Raid because it'll be cheaper to level those up than it would be to craft them, and it saves a spark. But if I don't get them next week, then we probably just craft. And then at that point, I'll have 636 in every slot. So then the following reset, I'll have enough crests that as soon as I get pieces that can be upgraded to 639 in every slot, I can finish 639 in every slot. Random fact, you have a staff crafted by me. It's probably going to be one of the last because I don't do that shit anymore. We don't. I stopped trying to find people to craft for. Not enough money in that. All right, now you guys are going to get to see the you guys are going to get to see the first pull tech with Heart of the Wild on in full effect. What let's buy now Chemical Chaos Flask here. Wait, are those cheaper than Tempered now? No. All the flasks are coming. This is the nice part about WoW dying each season is all the consumables get cheaper. Slurp and
I have many wares.
all right. How's the eye levels looking in this group? 635, 60. Hell yeah, dude, we're back to being highest eye level. Next week we should be able to hit 637. Potentially 638 if we get raid loot. If I get bracers from raid and I get like a trinket I can level to 639 from my vault. Well, I got a trinket I can level to 639 regardless. I just wouldn't wear it. It's not good, but I could level it. So if I get the bracers from raid, we could have 638 and change in bags, I think. I really need to get a fucking Cyril Concoctory from my vault. Which is not a sentence I thought I would be saying out loud at the start of the season, but...
Learn the true lesson of the void.
Rip, no purge. Oh, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Have you come here to be slaughtered as well?
3, 2, AOE.
This temple was merely the first to fall. Soon, all of Bastion will burn.
3, 2, 1. AOE. Targeted. 3. AoE. Three, two, one. AoE.
Tiny bit of aggro here, but that's fine. We have meld.
3. Targeted.
Fuck, I didn't want to pop that. We go, boss. We'll get at least a little bit of Heart of the Wild value here, I suppose. Oh, I should have rooted the Fleshcrafter. I'm playing Druid. I could do that now. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I didn't see that little fucker come running at me. No, 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 no.
3, 2, 1. Dodge. Targeted. Targeted.
Okay. Not great, not great. Well. It'd be like that sometimes. Yeah, in hindsight, I kind of forgot now. For a lot of the beginning of the season, teams weren't really fucking with the Fleshcrafter, so it's not really a thing I spend a lot of time thinking about on Druid, but Druid does have Root, which makes the Fleshcrafter a lot easier to utilize. That's one thing that's really annoying about Fleshcrafter shit this season is none of the specs in the meta comp have CCs that keep the mob just in one spot very easily for long periods of time. Root is the fucking perfect CC for the Fleshcrafter. It is goated for that. Because you can just root the Fleshcrafter in one spot. He will throw his cleaver on CD. You never have to worry about him running around, beating someone's ass, or randomly repositioning. You just hold him in one spot, let him throw his cleaver, and reapply root. What up, Chaggy? Man, I just wanted to, bro. I would give so much for fucking solo queue, man. I don't even give a shit if it sucks. And like, I understand there's gonna be peers that are like, you don't mean that, dude. That we got solo shuffle. It sucks. And it's like, I don't care. I just want solo queue. It's better than this. No matter what it is, it's better than this. It's better than not even seeing the fucking keys. Anything has to be better. Any dungeon I'm doing is better than sitting around trying to get into dungeons. Do 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 do. All right, fuck this. We'll just send some 11 to get my fucking weeklies done, man. Fuck, dude, I was gonna sign up for that one, man. Come on. That was gonna be a fun one. They had a Shadow Priest. Windwalker. What do you guys think about the Windwalker buff? You think that's enough? You think we're gonna get Windwalker back? Windwalker is one of those kind of funny specs because about halfway through Shadowlands, Windwalker had kind of felt like a blue blood Mythic Plus spec. Shadowlands, by the end of Season 2 Shadowlands, you had Windwalkers going absolutely crazy at the end of Legion. You had Windwalkers enjoying a pretty decent period of being meta through the middle of BFA. Not at the start, not at the end, but there in Season 2 and 3, Windwalker was pretty meta. And then, after a couple seasons of Shadowlands, Windwalker just felt like, more often than not, they were a meta spec in Mythic Plus, and it was like, yeah, you know, I could maybe go for some seasons without Windwalker, and then they just disappeared. I'm gonna sign up for this 12 Mists. It's a 3K group. I know it's a 12, but actually 10 Mists. Sign up for this one too. There we go. All right. Hopefully this is fast. How's the eye level looking in here? Any gamers? Any gamers? What's a gamer eye level? What would I say as an eye level where I'd be like, that dude's, I trust that he's gonna pop off. I'd say maybe 634 would be my cutoff. If you're below 634, you probably haven't tried that hard to maximize your character. If you're above 634, I feel like you've been putting some effort in. All right, so we got a 636 lock, a 635 rogue, all right, and a reroller shaman, and probably a reroller paladin, which is, that makes sense. All right, let's make our way over to the spot. Is there a website that's selling all streamer UIs for a $5 monthly subscription? My UI is there? Oh, bro, if you pay a $5 subscription for my UI, whew, have fun with it. What site is doing that? That's insane. I actually have,
5, 4, 3, 2.
I think, zero problem with that. I don't think there is a single WoW streamer that has done enough of their own work on their UI to warrant being able to sell their UI.
Of the void.
Now, my only problem is the website selling it. I think the best outcome would be a website that is taking streamers' UIs and giving it away for free. I don't like that somebody else is making money off of it, but I also don't really feel bad for any streamer out there.
Dodge. Dispel.
Atrocity? Yeah, the only two UIs that I might let that slide on would be Atrocity and maybe Robin. I think Robin's put quite a bit of effort into his and has actually gotten some devs to like make some shit for him. And even still, though, I just have a problem with anyone using, unless you build literally all of your own add-ons from scratch, I just am always going to have a problem with somebody selling a UI that, like, if your UI includes settings for, like, weak aura, like, if you did not build weak auras from scratch on your UI, and you include weak auras, and you include plater profiles, any of that shit, and you're not also, the only way that I would be okay with it for the guys getting paid is if they are also kicking back a portion of the amount they're earning to the developers of the add-ons that are included in their pack. If you are sending some of the money you make from your add-on packs to the developers of weak auras and big wigs and plater and all that shit, which I know you're not doing, so I feel comfortable saying that I don't feel bad for any UI maker. But if through some miracle you had been doing that, then maybe I would feel okay to be like, all right, well, as long as you're sharing with those people, sure. But none of them are doing that. None of them, even if they wanted to, I don't think it'd be feasible to do that. So no, I don't think anybody should be charging for their UI, and I don't feel bad. Let's see, I can do this, I guess. I still have regular Heart of the Wild. We just need to hold Convoke.
Den.
A stone to call forth the darkness.
A little mastery buff right before the transition. Okay. That's fine.
Den.
Maybe you could have bloodlusted slightly earlier. Saw MSI offers warranty. Yeah, all of the people that made OLED panels now are offering it because they knew that nobody would buy their OLED panel if other companies are offering burn-in warranty and you're not. Nobody's ever going to buy your fucking OLED. So everybody that made OLEDs everybody that made OLED panels this generation got essentially pressured into providing their own burn-in warranty. That's one of the reasons why I don't want to use MSI's burn-in warranty if I can avoid it, is because it is untested, because it didn't exist until like a year ago. So there's not a lot of reviews of their warranty process. Not a lot of people that have had the opportunity to give feedback on it. So I don't know if it's good or not. And I don't want to have to rely on it unless I absolutely have to. So for so long as my monitor is like usable and not actively fucking griefing me every time I turn it on, we will not be sending it in for warranty. Motherfucker, I needed to, I think it's got to be the circle. What's on that guy? Yeah.
You're almost there.
All right, we'll solve this one, guys. That was my bad. I should have.
Knock.
Yeah, like Alienware, for instance, has had their burn-in warranty for long enough that people have an idea of what to expect from it. They know what the process looks like, and can sort of walk somebody who hasn't used it before through it, let them know what to expect. MSIs, nobody knows what the hell to expect because nobody's ever used it before. And I don't, there's a chance that even if, I mean, first off, I don't even know what necessarily MSI's criteria are for what counts as burn-in. They may have some ridiculous fucking threshold for, like, your monitor has to be, 50% burned in order for us to replace it. And the replacement, that was one of the complaints about the Alienware replacement process was they would send you like what was nice about it is they would send you the replacement before you had to send back your burned in unit. The problem was they'd send you a refurbished unit, and very often the refurbished unit wasn't a whole lot better than what you sent in. And there was at least more than one story that I saw from people saying, if I'd have known what panel I was going to get back from them after sending it in, I would have just kept the burned in one. Like, it wasn't that bad, and the refurbished one wasn't that good. And at the end of the day, for the amount of hassle that I went through to get that panel, I would have been better off just hanging on to it. And so if it's going to be that kind of a... And I mean, I think Alienware has a pretty good policy. Like, I wouldn't say that was a, something to drag them about. But that goes to show that even in a situation where you think their burn-in policy is pretty good, it may still not be the kind of thing you want to use unless you're absolutely forced to. So yeah, I've always expected that if I use the MSI warranty, it'll be as a last resort. That'll be if I just can't fucking stand it, and it's like a decision between using the burn-in replacement or getting a different monitor entirely.
You did it! Good guess. We're gonna have no fooling you.
Dodge. Fixate. Epic.
See it? A stone.
One of us is not like the others.
Go away, dog.
Great job. I want to play with you.
Dodge.
You can't touch this.
F.
One of us is not like the others.
Dodge.
I want to play with you.
Fixate. F. Dodge.
You can't touch this. Wow. You're really good at this.
Epic.
A stone to call forth the darkness.
Will you play with me?
Dodge. F.
Oh, can we push? Damn, we actually got like an insane high roll on the spell queue there. I don't think the boss even started casting until it was at like 6% or some shit.
I want to play with you. You found me. Great job. That was fun. I haven't played like that in so long. Let's do it again.
The time for play has passed. The winds urge us forward.
Okay. No more. Hey, this doesn't look right. It doesn't look right at all.
Side withers as the gorm feast. Balance must be restored.
Three, two, one. Epic.
See it?
AoE.
A stone to call forth the darkness.
Three, two, one. AoE. Epic.
See it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
All right, Blala, Heart of the Wild.
Beat. Pass.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Link. Pull.
see it?
Adds.
A stone
Mr. Rogue, no.
to call forth the darkness.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Link. Paul. Beat. Adds. Fixing.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Link. Paul. Beat. Adds. Fixing. Happen.
A stone to call forth the darkness.
3, 2, 1. AoE.
Inside will remember you always.
3, 2, 3, 2, 1. AoE.
I told
'Kay.
you that you were destined
Not
for
quite the fastest 10 I've ever done, but
rejoice,
pretty fast.
for you have aided the end of all things.
All right, so that's our weeklies done. So we got weeklies done on Druid and Priest now. As I mentioned before, I think I'm done doing weeklies on Preservation Evoker. I just CBA. I mean, maybe I'll get bored and send one for a vault, but all right, now, out of curiosity, since that was a relatively quick run, I kind of want to upload it and see what this trinket did. Don't like cat form for damage and keys? No. Not for high keys, at least. If all of my keys were low, I'd probably play cat form more, but... All right. Plus... Mists... Nyum. View the report. Buffs. All right, so Strand of the Lord 15. Strand of the Ascended 11. Damage done. All right, now this is okay. This is what I'm talking. This is the jackpot. Okay, this is like if you have this happen in a key, I genuinely think this. So this was the int or the primary stat buff. It went on the shaman before it went on the shaman like early on in the fight, and then it went on the warlock a bit before Lust, but the Warlock got a few globals of it off in Lust, like one global, I guess. But the Rogue had it for, like, the Rogue picked it up at 316. This went off a bit early. I think the Rogue only got maybe 2 or 3 globals in the damage amp phase. But it was very close to being perfect, where all 3 fucking DPS got got a primary step buff on Lust during a vulnerability phase. That would be the kind of thing that legitimately, I think a trinket buff like that, a trinket proccing like that, could shave. I mean, on a fight like this, where that may have been the difference between one phasing and not in this case. I think we did so much damage that we would have one phase no matter what. But if a trinket proc gave your DPS enough damage that you could one phase it, you could save fucking however long it took you to push back into the phase again. That could have shaved a minute or more off your key. All right, where else do we get? Unfortunately, multiple tank buffs here. Any other big buffs during no buffs on the Lust, which is unfortunate. Neither Lust had a lot of buffs on it. It had a bit of Rogue on the first one, and the second one didn't really have. The Rogue caught the secondary buff at the end of it. Actually, it was almost exactly throughout Lust. It ended right as Lust ended, so not bad. Oh well. But I will be curious for when Great Push rolls around, if by the time we get to Great Push we have more casters in the meta. I stand by what I was talking about in the MDI watch party, that I think that trinket is worth running on any int user in the group, even the DPS. And if you have another god comp where everybody but the tank is an int user, I think all 4 members of your group, unless the procs get weird when you put it on a DPS and it stops giving out so many stat buffs and starts giving out other weird shit, as long as it procs somewhat similar to the way that it does when you put it on a healer, I think you should put it on a healer every time, or put it on any int user in your group. All right, we have a Brewmaster trying to run a City of Thread 16, who is only timed to 12, who has less than 3,100 score. This might be the bravest thing I've ever seen in my life. But it is the only 16 up, and so has to be an all for Brewmaster. I don't know. Could definitely be a main score. Could definitely be a main score. I got to pee real quick. I'll be right back. And then maybe there will be a different 16 up. I mean, there won't be, but maybe there will be a different, you know, there won't, but maybe. Okay. Oh no, the city's gone. Oop, a different city's back. Oh, it's Snurd again. Wait, what was he doing last time? It was Necrotic Wake. Well, let's see if... This time, this dungeon does not require a priest by any stretch of the imagination. I still need a city. I only have 14 done, so... Let's see if we can't slide in here. Bro, Snurd. Come on, man. Left on red? Yeah, might be. Could be. I'm about to whisper Snurd. Yeah, we're gonna whisper Snurd. What classes does he have? Russell responded, and he's like, okay, but how do you skip without mind soothing? It's like, oh, that's the reason why you're not invited? It's like, bro, you just sleepwalk the mob. That's the easy one. That's he wants to know how you skip fuck's the start of this dungeon. He wants to know how you skip This guy here. This is a very interesting group here. Disc Enhance Ret. Grow up. Okay. He was like, well, yeah, but how do you skip the guy? And I was like, oh, well, all you gotta do is sleepwalk the dude. And he's like, that's not enough though, right? And I was like, no, it's just one guy. You gotta skip. The rest are far enough away. And he's like, are you sure? And I was like, you can go test it on Mythic Zero right now if you want. And I think he did that. It waited like 2 minutes after I said that, and then he was like, okay, yeah, let's go. So I think he actually did just go test it on M0 and realize, oh yeah, you actually do just need to CC. All right. City is the 115 we have not managed to time yet. You got a Mythic Track Serial Concoctory? Hell yeah, take that shit.
Our friend awaits you in the High Hollows.
It's maybe the strongest buff trinket that's ever existed. Okay, we need another alchemical flask. Really need to take alchemy. This shit's getting expensive. Oh, you're a shadow priest? Oh. Well, if you want, you can test it for me. I firmly believe that it is so strong, it provides such good stats for the group, that even if a DPS wears it and some of the procs go on the healer, which we'll say, for the sake of argument, is basically worthless, that I think that... Now, is it doing anything for you? No. Well, I mean, you're getting the int from it. You're getting static int, which is a big part of any trinket you're wearing, is the int that you get from it. So that part doesn't go away. It's the... how useful is the rest of the trinket for you? So if you compare it to something like... I mean, realistically, if you're Shadow Priest, you're probably wearing Spy Masters as the... If you were wearing Concoctor, you're probably wearing Spy Masters as the other trinket. So if you consider whatever your second best trinket would be, like, I don't know what it is for a Shadow Priest, like Gale or Sackbrood or something, you're losing the secondary stat portion of that trinket because the int part should cancel out. So it'd be like losing... What even is Gale? 1,445 haste? It'd be like losing 1,400, 1,500 secondary stat in exchange for buffing the ever-living shit out of the rest of your group. Oh, this is the full Dream Infusion group. I see, I see, I see. Would I say it's better than Gale? It depends on what you want from your trinket. For you, no. Any trinket's better for you than Cyril. But if you're trying to make your group go fast, nothing even comes close to Cyril Concoctory. Not only does it give a shitload of stats, like if Cyril Concoctory just buffed you, instead of putting its buff on other people, it would still be a crazy trinket. The fact that it puts its buff on actually useful people, like the DPS, instead of on the dog shit healer, makes it even more based. Alright, so anything weird with the route here? No, no. No, 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 no.
3, 2, 1.
Maybe a little small there, but whatever. Okay, and
now
bring those three in with the guy. Sure, do that.
Of the void.
All right. They asked if I had engineering, which I feel like is an indication that we don't have anybody that can use this thing, so yeah. That's fine, I guess.
Our queen offers a most wondrous gift. We will become greater than we are.
Dot. Dot.
Invaders, fear not, citizens.
Uh-oh.
We
Uh-oh.
show
4. Dot. 4. Dot. 4.
Oh god.
4. Dot. 4. Dot. 4. Dot.
Kill before dot. Oh, thank you. It's okay. That was gonna be annoying. Oh shit.
Four. 3, 2, 1. AoE. Move. Four.
Okay, get in the safe spot.
3, 2, 1. AoE. Move. Four. 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 3, 2, 1. AoE.
That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Damn, Subjugate just one shot, eh?
Buffoon. Not even worthy of the fifth strand. Ansurek has eyes everywhere. You'll need need to blind them to meet the Vizier.
Dance. Dot. Beat. Dodge. Dot. Dodge. Dot.
By the weave. One of Onslaugh's
All right.
spies has
She's faking like she's going right, which means she's left. Pixie. Little hobbitses.
Dot. Dodge. Dot. Dodge. Dot.
Another spy has fallen. This cannot be.
I'm gonna go up this way. Oh shit. Okay, little retired lord. What are you gonna do here?
Dot.
Ah, Jesus. Who's that going on? Everybody? Okay. Oh, they all had to run back from the start. Did they just release? I wonder if I tag this and run it back. If,
trend continues, we will run out of spies.
Right. Oops. Wombats, thank you for the resub, babe. 5 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the Jade Out, babes. Uh-oh. Oh, I guess you release here, yeah. Any other six? God damn, man, really? Nothing? Just not a damn thing, huh? Oh, that City of Threads is back up. What up, T-Long? Yeah. All right, well, after today, I should get to take the, I should get to make a selection on my shaman, who actually had a vault that was difficult to choose, not because of how shitty every option was, but because we were deciding among two very based options. The shaman got both a Gale and the very rare cloak. And I think you got to go Gale. Partly because I think Gale is probably just better in general, but also because I already have a 639 cloak on my shaman that's like BIS stats. So I don't know that the cloak upgrade's doing a whole lot for me. But I was going to wait till raid just in case one drops and we loot it for whatever reason. Yeah, my shaman's actually like it is unfortunate that shaman ended up not being meta this season because my shaman's gear is now becoming rather sick. He's got a 639 changeling, 639 gale. He has the rare neck. He's pretty fucking tricked out. If and there is, I suppose, a chance that Resto Shaman comes back into the meta if Enhanced Shaman gets nerfed enough. If both Enhanced and Ellie get nerfed enough that they're not meta, then I think you still want the Shaman buff in the group. And Shaman's a very good healer this season. It brings a lot of shit beyond, you know, obviously healing and damage. Probably has the best utility out of all the healers. So if you don't end up bringing a DPS Shaman for whatever reason, they get nerfed or something, I can see Shaman popping back in there as a healer, which would, I think, suit me at this point because my Shaman is a boss bitch. Same with Presvoker, useless because of AUG. I think Evoker is probably not. I think every Evoker could be out of the meta right now, and it wouldn't make you more likely to bring AUG. AUG brings no damage buff to the group. I don't think... What made Preservation intriguing at the start of the season was it seemed like it was doing a lot of damage. And given the rise of Disc, because at the time Disc I think was considered unusable from its healing. I don't think people thought it could heal at the level necessary to do the keys. Now that Disc has arrived, I don't know why you would bring Evoker or Preservation Evoker over Disc. My guess is Disc is doing better damage. It brings PI. It brings Fort and shields, and it brings I think more like useful shit in terms of like mind control or mind soothe, that kind of shit, to where I just don't feel like there's really any universe where Preservation Evoker... I don't know what would have to happen to where preservation would find itself in the meta in Mythic Plus at this point. It would, I think it would require preservation getting buffed somehow. I don't think that's going to happen given how they started the season. Preservation finds itself in an unenviable position in Mythic Plus because I don't think it was really ever in the running for Mythic Plus meta. But it was so fucking broken in Raid at the start of the expansion that I don't think Blizzard can justify buffing it for really any reason for a while. It was so broken in Raid that basically the only thing you're allowed to do is nerf it or not touch it. I don't think you can buff it for like another season. Because if you do, people are immediately going to be like, what in the fuck? This was the most broken healer to ever exist in Raid. How could you possibly be buffing it? So I don't think Prez is going to get, regardless of how fair it is, I don't think they're going to get buffed anytime soon. I think they need to get buffed in order to become Mythic Plus meta. Prez works also from the disadvantage all the time of being a healer that requires your group to play around you. In a very literal sense. Your group needs to play around you. And that is, at a minimum, annoying. Even if you can make it work, all things being equal, you would rather play with the healer that you don't have to constantly pay attention to where the fuck the healer's standing. And then be close to them, be grouped up with the rest of the people in your group. Some fights, that's not a big deal. Other fights, it's really fucking annoying. Slash impossible to have everybody like grouped up, ready for preservation healing. So I think the only way that preservation ever gets to become meta is if it's so much better than the other healers that you're willing to put up with that. Where you're like, I mean, it's stupid that we all have to group up all the time, but I mean, preservation is so good that we'll figure it out. People did that in season 1 of Dragonflight because preservation was that good back then. It did do that much healing and that much damage that it was like, yeah, I mean, grouping up sucks, but it's the only way we're going to time these keys. So I guess just, you know, pinch your nose and deal with it. But now that it's like at best maybe mildly competitive with some of the other options, nah, there's no fucking way people are gonna, nobody's trying to figure out how to bring a preservation evoker. If anything, you would always be trying to figure out how not to bring a preservation evoker because you don't want to have to deal with that extra hassle. If when they rework Flame Shaper would it ever be viable in Mythic Plus? Well, I don't think Flame Shaper would be at the moment. If you're playing anything in Mythic Plus, it's Chrono Warden. I think that's a much more useful build. Now, could they rework Flame Shaper? Yeah. Do I think that's gonna happen? No. I mean, I think these hero talents are here for one expansion. We're already one season through it, like. Technically, it's not done, but from Blizzard's perspective, the important parts of Season 1 are done. So we're already through one season. Interesting that I think Hero are leaving. Yeah, I don't think they're going to maintain this level of... I'd be surprised. Or maybe they maintain it through the rest of this arc. Whatever, midnight, blah, 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 blah. But all this shit feels too, like, flimsy. They said hero talents are evergreen and here to stay. They've said that about some other content, too. Season 2 is going to be February? I don't think so now. I thought I would have agreed. But given that they announced that Great Push starts January 22nd, I don't think they run TGP that close to the beginning of Season 2. I don't think it will be much further than February. But in order to conclude a Great Push that starts, because I think they said it starts January 22nd. So that is this Wednesday, which I presume means time trials. Because they said sign-ups start in December. So if sign-ups start in December, time trials start the 22nd. That means time trials conclude here. There's going to be a week between time trials and the first cup. So that means first cup is probably here. January 9th. Or February 9th, excuse me. They're probably doing 2. So probably cup 1, cup 2. Then you would get a break of a week, at least. Then you would have globals here. March 2nd. I guess I'd be shocked if they released the season like right here. I think they'd give themselves a little more. So I would, were I a betting man, say I don't think Season 2 starts any earlier than like March 11th. Just based on that, that's like as fast as I think they can conclude a TGP tournament, unless they just literally don't do cups, unless they just do time trials determines the 6 teams that go to globals, and that's the season. Unless they do an abbreviated TGP where there is no group stage, it just goes right from time trials into globals, which would be kind of based actually. If there was no qualification like that, like you didn't have to do any mini tournaments ahead of it. It was just like, we're going to do time trials, top 6, you're in, the rest of you get fucked. And that's that. That would actually be kind of cool. But unless they do that, if they're going to do it like they've done every other TGP ever, where there's time trials into groups and globals, there's always a week between time trials and groups. There's always a week, at least a week between groups and globals. So if the starting point is January 22nd, there's no way for the TGP to end any earlier than like the first weekend of March. And it would be pretty awkward, I feel like, to go directly from a TGP into Season 2. But maybe if their calendar was forced. But yeah, I'd say almost certainly, I feel like there's no way they launch Season 2 while... They can't launch Season 2 while TGP is going. Because they run the same version of the game on the Tournament Realm as they do. Like, the Tournament Realm is on the same game client that Live is. So you literally can't have a TGP going on from Season 1 while Season 2 is launched. Unless you do some funky shit. Nah, I just don't... I don't think there's really any way. It might technically be possible, but... I don't think there's any way they launch Season 2 while TGP is still active. I don't think there's any way for TGP to conclude before March. Unless, like I said, they totally redo the format of it. But I would still bet by, like, early March. Alright, will Smock bring me to a Grimbatol before raid? A little Grimba before raid. A Disc Priest, yeah. Unfortunate. Legitimately, I think you might even have an argument for Resto Druid being superior to Disc Priest and Grimbatol. Because of the curses. I think I might rather have a healer. Now, you could maybe say that's an argument in favor of Resto Shaman as well. But there's a reason every team in the MDI ended up playing Druid and Grimbatol. And it was because those curses just fucking annihilated your group with a Disc Priest. Oh, I came over here to look at my patron orders. How many do we have? 9. Fuck me. Not that one. So we need 1 ley line residue, 1 apricot ink, fuck, so there's too many things. Hang on. Let's start buying them now. 1 ley line residue, apricot ink, 2 of them. I think I'm going to need a cipher, at least 1, so let's do this. Okay, is this one? Yep, this one. Okay, so another apricot ink. Nah. 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 Oh yeah, I still haven't learned that one. So another apricot ink. Oh, yeah, we have some enchanting points, don't we? 12 of them. Holy shit. All right, and then one more here. Rings come out December 17th. They said it takes 6 weeks to max them. And they're not just going to let them have them for 2 weeks, right? Well, unless the idea is that they last into next season. Obviously the first time they brought out the amulets, the rings were nerfed basically immediately into season 2 so that you never use them again by design. Like Blizzard intentionally nerfed them so you would stop using them. But it could be that they intend for these rings to be used into season 2, in which case then now if that was the case, it seems like maybe they would just release them in season 2. I don't know, but that the idea that you wouldn't use them for longer than 1 season isn't necessarily true. All right, where the fuck do I put points now, man? Like, starting to run out of things I give a shit about putting points into. Contracts, missives. What would be useful next tier? No, I don't give a shit about any of this right now, so what would be useful next year? Contracts? Probably not. I mean, some people give a shit about them, but I don't really. I feel like that's a bulk order thing. You gotta like be willing to craft a lot of those. Crafting missives, don't care. Vantis runes, maybe. Probably still cheaper to buy them than to make them yourself, though, right? I mean, I guess we could just go multi-craft, and that's always useful, sort of. Need enhancement. Oh, look who's back in the thing, huh? Look who's back in the queue. We'll sign back up. But I would also probably sign up for this City of Threads 15. I'm willing to do either of these dungeons. Man, neither of these groups are inviting me? Piss, piss. Did I react to Dorky's deaths? No. Are they in an easily consumable format? I'm down to laugh at Dorky. Why are they not inviting? Who knows, man? Who knows? A 16 siege. Do I have time to run a 16 siege? I do. We're gonna sign up for that shit too. See, like this is a mage that has the group. He should want to invite me to this group. Because, yeah, I've just been declined. Because I'm going to PI the shaman, not him. So if he invites, I mean, if I'm a priest, I'm going to PI the shaman, not him. So if he invites me, he does more damage than he would do with a priest. And yet he does not care. You posted the death. All right, let's have a look at it. Where is this arugula fucker? One elite nearby. You're fucking done, kid. You're done. Nope. Dazed. You're so done. Yeah, way, dude. I mean, I think he was done. Honestly, after watching that, I kind of feel like he was done even with sprint. Like, I feel like at this point, he's fucked. When you get dazed here... Yeah, I mean, I guess you could have sprinted right there and maybe gotten away, but... Frankly, at the point where he got dazed, if he would have popped sprint right here, I think he could have lived. You can't see... Oh, right. Fuck. I was thinking I had my display up. If he would have started sprinting right now, he probably could have lived. But as soon as he gets dazed here, he's fucked. Because he's already at like 40% HP. By the time he even gets undazed right here, I don't think he could create enough distance to not get meleeed one more time and die. So he would have had to have popped sprint like right... It would have been like right here. He had like about probably 3 seconds to pop sprint. But now he's dead. Yeah. I mean, in fairness, if you haven't leveled on Classic, you're probably not... You're probably not thinking of all the ways that you're going to live if you get attacked by a fucking elite. Part of it is, I think, Mythic Plus brain is, I think, in Mythic Plus, when you find yourself in that situation where you're 1v1ing a mob and you're not the tank, in your mind, it's probably like, well, I'm dead. This is where I wipe and we just reset. You know, all right, I just die, release, go again, or zone out, whatever. But I think mentally in keys, you're sort of like, in that situation, your learned response is to basically just like curl up and die. Like trying to outplay the mob's not going to reset. Now that's clearly not the case in Classic. The mob will reset, but I think doing a lot of Mythic Plus, you get into this sort of mindset of like the mob's not going to reset. It's going to chase me until I die. Nobody's here to save me. I am going to die. So just whatever, just get over with. Just die, release, go again. That is the sort of like default response to, I think, finding yourself in that sort of situation where like some big badass mob is chasing after you. So to go from that to Classic, where no, you actually can live if you know, empty the tanks, basically. Use everything you have. Fuck, I want to do the Stone Vault too, but these are definitely not the keys I'm getting invited to. Realistically, what I said a couple weeks ago still stands, which is once I I think I could get invited to a 15 siege or a 15 city, and in fact did get invited to a 15 city today. Beyond that, though, anybody doing anything that's like 16 or above, they are probably going to play hard meta every key. I don't think I'll be able to get invited without a pre-made. Like, unless I have my own group, I don't think I'll be able to pug my way into 16s or higher on Druid. Unless I just get lucky and I know somebody in the group. But yeah, I kind of, I don't know. I guess I hope the guys that I've been playing with this past week keep trying to push up or whatever. Because if they aren't trying to play a lot, I actually don't know what I'm going to do this season. I think I've reached the point where I can reasonably get to with Druid without finding a group. I don't think there's a group that's looking to play with Druid full time. So I probably need to swap on my Priest. But I don't really just want to pug around on my Priest trying to find a pre-made. That doesn't sound like fun. I don't want to do that shit again. I did that on my Shaman already. I did it on my Druid. Basically pug my way up to 31, 3200. I don't want to go through that shit again on Disc Priest. So I don't know. Maybe there's a chance we just end up playing hardcore WoW because I don't want to play retail anymore. All right, well, what's the, what are the groups for today? Is it still, we're still doing 4 of 8, and then last 2 heroic for both alt runs. Though, I think we might try to do a 6 of 8 next week on one of the runs. I think there's been some talk of that, which might be interesting. All right, so what is it Shaman, then Priest? Splits groups. No, Priest and Shaman. Okay. Oh, because AJ's bringing his Shaman to the first run now. I see. They didn't want to run 3 Shamans. This could actually be good for me. I think the first group has better gear. I might be better able to, get loot in run 1 than run 2. They're going to have to nerf the affix after we get the rings? Not necessarily. The rings themselves could easily provide enough of a buff to unlock another key level or something. As Dorky and Growl said, Season 1 ended. I don't know that it ended, but it feels like there's like a pause until TGP, sort of. And that's what's... I guess... What will be interesting about this season is to see how things play out, because historically, you've had push weeks. And the push weeks are far enough apart, usually, that something has changed from push week to push week. And so every time a new push week would come around, you would log back in and see how high you could push, and then you would take, whatever, 3-4 weeks break until the next push week, and then do it again. But there's no more push weeks. It's just, it is what it is. So your group probably gets to a point, if you're playing in a group where everyone's at least like 635, 636, your gear is not going to change appreciably before the end of the season. You're within a couple eye levels of being BIS. You've got probably your biggest upgrades at that point. Maybe you're still looking for like a Mythic Spy Masters or something, but for the most part, you've probably got full Mythic tier, a Mythic weapon, your best embellishments, sockets on a lot of items. So there's not going to be a big eye level injection that pushes you up to the next level. And there's not going to be a friendly set of affixes that allows you to push higher. So this season will be the first time where you can just keep running the dungeons and reasonably get to a point where you're like, yeah, I mean, I feel like I've achieved what I'm going to achieve. I don't want to sit here and grind all day to try to get to the next level if it's even possible. You know, maybe your group can do 18s and that was really sweaty. And you're like, yeah, maybe on a god run we could do a 19, but now I have to sit here and farm 18s all day just to get the 119 I want, and then I get to try it one time, and then I deplete it, and then we have to push it back up to a 19 by farming more 18s, and realistically, what are the chances? Even if I could just sit here and slam 19 over and over and over again, maybe I could do it 10% of the time, so now I got to farm up 10 different fucking 10 of this dungeon on 19. And it's just like, nah, man, fuck this. Like, it's just not worth it. And, I mean, realistically, maybe I should take a hint there. Like, now, obviously, I would like to get to that point first. I would like to get to the 18s or whatever this season before I go, all right, that's, tip my cap. That's as hard as I'm willing to go, and we'll call it there. But unless I find a group that I so far have not been able to find, I don't necessarily see that changing. So the good news about hardcore is, unlike other forms of launches, where if you didn't get in the first week, you might feel like you're permanently behind because everybody else got the head start. In hardcore, there's people re-rolling every day because they're always dying. And so if you decide you want to jump in on hardcore, there's always a spot somewhere where somebody's healer just died. And you can maybe sneak in there. At least now you can come back and push again. Yeah, I mean, if you have the group, yeah. Glad I'm playing retail, though. You prefer watching that? Yeah, I mean, I don't really want to play. Like, it's not that I'm looking forward to playing hardcore. It's that I don't know if I can do this for another. I mean, there's an enormous chasm opening up in front of me right now in terms of WoW content, where I'm looking at the month of December and the month of January, asking myself what the hell I'm going to do every day on stream if I don't have a group. I mean, even if I have a group, I think we're going to find ourselves in probably the same situation that most of these groups are finding themselves now, where you can get the 18s done, and then what? You just farm 18s all day for content? Like, I don't know if I want to do that. And it's looking like there's going to be another 2 months of this before TGP. Then you got to, that's if I do TGP. If not, then there's 3 more months until at least probably before next season starts. So, like, what the fuck do you do for 3 months? I guess I could keep leveling or gearing up. I could shift over to Mistweaver and gear that up, and then eventually Paladin. But I'm not super excited about playing those specs. And at this point, we raid a couple nights a week, but we could theoretically get to the point where we're in and out in one night, even with three runs. I think if you were one-shotting all the bosses, you could maybe get to the point where you could walk in, do an 8 of 8, zone out, come in with ults, do 4 of 8, and then do 4 of 8 again. That would be what? 16 bosses? If it took you 15 minutes per boss, that'd take 4 hours. Maybe we couldn't get it all done in one night. But also maybe 15 minutes per boss is a large exaggeration. Because that would mean it would take it would take you 2 hours to clear the raid start to finish, and I don't think that's true at all. I think if you one-shot every boss, you'd be way faster than that. So we might start one night clearing even across 3 characters. If all we do is go in and do like 8 of 8, 6 of 8, 4 of 8 or something. You might be able to one night clear on that, especially as the raid buff keeps increasing. Like that's the other thing to consider this season is that you've got the raid buff that is going up whatever 2.5% every other week. So you're just going to keep getting stronger and stronger and stronger. And the bosses will probably get nerfed again at some point. So the bosses are going to get easier. Characters are going to get stronger. This shit will become a joke eventually. And so it'll probably be like one night of raiding and then figure something out for the other 6 nights. And I don't think it's going to just be do keys every day. So yeah, I don't know. But, all right, I'm gonna grab a drink real quick, and then probably get priest ready for raid. That'll be what we start on today. I need to have a raid on priest where I don't just get fucking farmed on every boss. That would be cool. Even if I don't do great healing, I just need to not fucking die on every fight. That's the goal for this week. Donna bought us a pink Monster Energy drink. Okay. So, priest first. Now, we have not taken our vault on priest yet because I wanted to see what I got from Rid. Like I said, I think this actually works out decently well for my priest that I got moved to run 1 because I think the characters in run 1 are better geared than the characters in run 2. And my priest definitely needs more shit than my shaman does. How many other clothies are in run 1? Warlock, Shadow Priest. Hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 1 clothy, 2 clothy, 3 cloth, 4 cloth. Yeah, my priest still needs basically everything from the start of the raid. I could use the cloak. I could use the chest. I could use the bracers. I could use the ring. I could use the trinket for eye level. I could use the gloves, the tier gloves. I could use the neck. Could use the cloak, the rare cloak. Yeah. A lot of this shit actually would be useful still. Okay, so pre-shaman. What about trying another MMO? It'd have to be a new one, I think. I don't think I want to jump into an existing MMO. And I don't know if there's any new MMOs coming out anytime soon. Actually, I'll tell you what, I'll tell you what piqued my curiosity. When is Path of Exile 2 supposed to come out? And or can I get into early access somehow? Do I like playing Double Lava Benders in Grimbatol? It kind of depends. Like, if you have CDs for it, it's probably not terrible. But if people try to treat it as like a break pull or something before the boss, people hold shit for the boss, it can get real bad real fast. Hit up, Ben? Yeah, well, if that's what it takes, you know. If it's like, well, there's no way that you're supposed to get into early access, then maybe we hit up Ben. But December 6th, $30 for early access. I could maybe be persuaded to. That's the kind of thing, is like, if there's a game like Path of Exile that's going to launch at some point, I would like to have early access, because that's the kind of game where I want to know what I'm doing before the game launches. I don't want to jump into the game at launch and be like, oh, okay, how the fuck does everything work? If you spent over $500 on Path of Exile 1, it's free. Free. It's free if you spent $500 on Path of Exile 1. Yeah, it's like if one of the buildings at Stanford has your name on it, your kids actually get admitted to the school, no questions asked. Sure, I can get a code. Yeah, I've seen people have codes. But I don't, like, the thing is, I don't want to take a code from somebody that, you know, would really want it. I'm in the position where, like, if I'm gonna do early access for Path of Exile, I'll pay for it, because I haven't, you know, I haven't earned an early access code. I haven't fucked around in Path of Exile hardly. That's not my kind of game. Like, if somebody that loves playing Path of Exile can get their hands on a code, I don't want to take it from somebody. Like, I'll pay $30 because I haven't been around for it, so. Hell yeah. But yeah, I think Path of Exile 2 could be interesting. Especially if, you know, we talked about a little bit on the watch party what the differentiating aspects of Path of Exile 2 were from 1. And one of the things they said was they would like to get increased team play, which would be a big selling point for me for an ARPG. It's one of the things that soured me a bit on Path of Exile 1. I played Path of Exile 1 for one season several years ago. And I played an Aura bot, which, for anybody not familiar with the term, is basically somebody whose entire purpose is to generate as many buff auras as possible and then be in a group and buff the shit out of everybody else in the group. Which, for a lot of people, sounds incredibly boring. And at some level is sort of incredibly boring, but I'm the kind of guy that just gets like a math boner for that sort of thing. So I enjoyed it. And I enjoyed running around with other people who had like really good builds, and then my auras would like take them to the next level. You know, it was fun to watch other guys get excited to group with me because it would make their character pop the fuck off. So there was like excitement by proxy. The problem was when we got to late game, all of a sudden, it became easier for guys to do the difficult bosses by themselves than it was to drag me along. I didn't add enough to their character to justify the scaling that I added to the boss by duoing it rather than soloing it. And so at a certain point it was like, well, it's been fun grouping, but I got to go do this one boss and it's just easier to do it by myself. So I'm going to take off. You know, I'll see you later. Well, as an Aura bot, you're definitely not fucking soloing anything. And so when it got to that point where one by one everybody that I was playing with started ditching me, it was like, all right, I think I'm probably done this season. And based on that one season, I've never had any interest in going back. But if Path of Exile 2 had more of an emphasis on playing with other people, at least making that a more viable thing, I would definitely be interested in that. All right, let's have a look at the cloth wearers in this group. How's their gear looking? For player, please don't have a dog shit alt. That didn't look good. Just the icon for his bracers did not inspire hope. Okay, so he's got the PvP bracers. So those can be upgraded for him. He's got a... God damn it, man. He, like, needs all the same shit that I need. He's got a mythic helm. I've got a mythic helm. He's got a mythic neck. I've got a mythic neck. He needs shoulders, and I've already got those. He needs a cloak. I need a cloak. I am gonna fucking... If there's some shit that drops that I need this week, I am definitely gonna cry about it. Because I haven't gotten loot on this character in 2 weeks. So... if something drops, it's gonna... That's what they've been trying to do with these alt runs, is, like... evenly distribute loot. And so we're gonna pipe up if something drops and I don't get it. It's gonna be like blah, 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 blah. Come on, I've killed like 10 or 11 bosses in a row and not gotten loot. Like my turn. I don't give a fuck what this other person needs. It's my turn for loot.
Empowered.
Oh yeah, what does Garrow have? His lock is actually pretty well geared, right? I don't think he needs much. 634. He has mythic bracers. He has mythic cloak. Or chest, I mean. Okay, he needs a cloak. But frankly, I'm not in too big of a rush for a cloak on this character because I think a crafted cloak might be better than what I can get from the rare. Unless I get the rare cloak. Wait, what does cloak catalyze into on this character? Is it good? Maybe I want the cloak to catalyze it. Maybe that's what the deal was. Oh yeah, it does catalyze into it. Okay, so we want the cloak to catalyze it. Fuck. So everybody needs a cloak, but I'm not even just rolling against clothies. I'm rolling against everybody for the cloak off first boss, probably, if it drops. What's the eye level of people? See, this is what I'm talking about, man. Like, we've done 2 alt raids already. Or no, 3. We've done 3 alt raids. And we've still got people in 622 gear, man. Like... this is the shit that's like... If we've done 3 alt raids... and you're still in 622 gear, you are not touching that character outside of raid. That is literal raid logging. And I don't care if people raid log, except that if we're going to have mandated guild runs for the alts, then there needs to be an expectation that, like, you are doing something to work on that character between raids. All right, how's Shade's other world? Oh my god, what is this shit, dude? Meanwhile, this is probably gonna be all the like most decked out shamans, right? Biba? What's going on? Got a visitor? Oh, visitor, man. I don't know. I think he's still on the stairs. All right. See if I can remember to press my buttons in the right order. The do I have all the important CDs on here? Yeah. All right, now the thing I got to get used to on Priest is that I am pressing Void Wraith before I press Radiance. That's the part that I keep trying to Radiance, Void Wraith, and I need to not do that. I need to Void Wraith when I see when I see my note pop up that it's time to press Void Wraith. My problem is in the past when I see that I try to press the Radiances before the Void Wraith, and I need to not do that. I just need to slam Void Wraith when it says to do it, and then Radiance afterwards. Oh, let me jump into guild chat.
Against Flash, nothing.
Yeah.
The only Molly team was actually surprisingly good, no? Like,
Mm. Yeah, good.
yeah.
But did they
Quite
finish?
surprisingly, they have a long time MDI players.
Yeah, but I mean, they were really like they even took a map of Perplex, right? That's pretty good.
I mean, yeah, Fatal Maze, I think, right?
Oh, is that when they just
No,
ran
that
through
was
the
in
wrong
the
door?
final that they failed.
Someone click, please, in the back.
Wait,
Yeah,
who
but
actually
Perplex
ended up
won the older
winning?
map, the older mist, right? What map did they get? What? Did they win a map against Perplex?
Yeah, they went 2-1 both
Yes.
times, I think. They beat them in...
Who actually
Oh.
won MDI? I can't even remember.
Mandatory.
Mandatory.
The favorites one, I think.
Bro, the favorites weren't even playing.
No, Ducks can fly were my favourite, so I don't know what you're
Well,
talking
yeah. Personal favorite doesn't mean a tournament favorite.
Kingy TV was on classic hardcore.
How was the viewership without them playing? Was it worse on Twitch?
Viewership in WoW section is worse general. I don't know
Oh, it's
why.
like Faker,
It's like 2 weeks.
Worlds without Faker. that
Well,
would be-
they did themselves a huge favor by launching hardcore classic WoW at the same time that they were running an MDI tournament, which I'm sure did wonders for their viewership.
Mm-hmm.
Has there been any hardcore classic drama? Any good banter?
Yeah, the world first guy died at level 56 or some shit to the game crashing.
Oh, is this Ampy?
Really?
Still
Holy
being
fuck.
talked about
Yes.
him. Yeah,
He's
he
lost.
was like apparently he was like 56, and the next person behind him was like 51 or some shit, and the game crashed. Or
Yeah, but best part was
And he
that he had
died?
like he
Yeah.
had like 7 WoW clients open, and 2 minutes prior to that crash, he had already crashed once, and he just went and continued AoE pulling. Honestly, fucking deserved.
With 7 WoW clients open, yeah.
Yes.
Deserved.
Wait, why did he have 7 clients open? Was he doing some
I don't know.
dodgy
Go
shit?
ask him. Like, fuck do I know?
Go fucking ask him.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, dude. Holy shit.
Do you
This is
have
nothing
nothing
worth.
better to do, War? Nothing better than watch fucking hardcore classic, huh?
I woke up and I saw the clip. My bad.
Not excused. Go outside.
Okay, I will leave right now.
Thank you. You're doing a great thing.
Alright, good night.
Good work in here.
AJ, did they give you a class role in the Monk Discord after this weekend?
I actually cannot join this Discord. I was trying so hard, it's impossible to join it. I don't know why.
What, Peak of Serenity?
Maybe we're banned for
like,
losing that map.
The invite does not exist, no matter how much I try to get in.
You're banned.
It's
We
fine.
need-
I cooked the monk myself. Oh, good.
We need to sit one person in this run.
I can go. If not in.
I can sit as well.
No. I think Clarity just comes second run on DK, okay?
Yeah.
Get word in this one.
But now we don't have enough DKs.
Yeah, amen.
Can I come rogue next round?
What did we put to DK? Yeah, your DK is stinky as fuck. Did I kill it? I wanted to off myself.
I mean, it's DK in general, like, it's not me, yeah? Like, it's not the player.
I don't know if we have spots next run actually. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
We shall see.
Crest farm is actually hard.
Yep. You're getting discounts soon anyway, hopefully. Let's see.
I mean, I need to rare items or something. It's a lot.
Yes, talk. I mean, cook some groups real quick.
Is Anya robotic for everyone else?
I was gonna say Anya's mic sounds bad.
Sounded fine for me.
It's because Kev has hair dryer running in the background, and it's.
Ah, yes, okay, that makes sense.
Got what's it called?
It's like work on
crisp.
Wi-Fi.
God damn it. How much time do I have before we pull? The cat's on the move.
No, it's like the noise.
The crisp noise cancelling. Yeah.
There's software that like filters background noise if someone turns like that. It just makes the audio quality good.
Yeah. 1, 2 first, 3, 4 second, bang.
Dude, god damn it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Void Wraith in 7.
3,
Evangelism in 5.
3, 2, 1.
I didn't know it. So lucky.
What are the groups again?
1, 2 first, 3, 4 second. Right frames. You're
Yeah.
group 2.
Rapture in 8.
Also no interest for this one.
3.
Yeah, because now it's all we can use. Oppa.
Void Wraith in 8.
3, 2, 1.
So how was your day, Boras? Talk to me.
Power
Work,
Word.
home,
Barrier in
sleep.
8.
3,
It's another day at the office, huh?
1.
Yeah. I'm focusing on my rota.
Is your rota hard?
My spec is quite known for being high.
Sorry to hear that.
I forgot to use my trinkets.
Evangelism in 8.
You can throw, yeah. Just
Void
to
Wraith
watch
in
the
8.
charge.
3, 2, 1.
Both. Don't stay in it.
Rapture in 8.
3, 2, 1.
Void Wraith in 8.
New green marker.
3, 2.
Can you face the guy straight?
Yeah, I can.
How did you Warlock AV shade as the Deathstring keys? Like it's so fast, no? Like
just play.
Yeah, it's so hard, guys. 35 million DPS in Necrotic Great first pull.
All right, someone seems salty.
You play Hellcaller, bro.
Oh, he's salty, huh?
is it the one? That's the one with Wither,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. It's on the gate, guys.
On the gate, on the gate. Whatever.
But I mean, it's kind of shit unless it's like high enough key level. Or you play like huge pulls like in MDI.
Is all your damage right now fire or not?
It's with
Evangelism in 8.
Yeah, I mean, it's just uncapped.
Void Wraith
because
in
you
8.
have Cataclysm, just hits uncapped.
3,
And then
2, 1.
you have like some dog shit from the hero talent.
Wait, so is there gonna be a crate push with this dungeon ball?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
What the flip?
I really thought they would do a new one. Yeah, wait, but I guess.
What? I took the gate and died.
Good enough.
Empower.
There you go.
Do you guys prefer competing in crate push or MDI? Which one's more fun for you?
I don't know.
Rapture in 8.
Both are fun.
Anyone wanna compete in TGP?
3, 2,
Nope.
1.
Dude, what
We
actually
can.
would win?
I actually
Should go.
cannot wait for Evolve to GP team.
Lol.
And yeah,
It's
Varus.
gonna be
Corey.
branded Evolve.
Void Wraith in 8.
Yeah, sure, that's gonna happen. If I have time.
3,
Yes, I have a job.
2, 1.
Yes.
Really? What's your job, Varus?
Your mom. You fell
Yikes.
right into my trap.
I'm gonna call the police on you, bro. You're padding on my mom.
What padding? I'm doing the
I'm
important part of
stunted.
the fight.
Damn.
Those mobs are dangerous.
Damn. Fucking
Yeah,
danger. What? You guys are also
Someone walked into it.
Void Wraith in 8.
in danger. What are you doing?
Evangelism in 8.
Snuggle degrees.
3, 2,
Yes, run dogs.
I
Why are you
ran.
casting Chaos Bolts?
Prepping?
Yeah.
Making
Stop
sure it
running.
has eradication.
Ritual of Ruin.
Come here, crimson dirty boy.
Yeah, I don't know. I think crate push
Yeah,
is
not
way more
winning,
fun to
bro.
watch than
It's over
MDI.
there.
MDI, you're just waiting for someone to die.
I mean, I think the MDI can be more interesting to watch,
fuck,
but it
yes.
needs to have two really good teams, and you're not going
No,
to get
talk,
that
talk.
in most games.
Let the royal guard fish
No,
Like,
talk drops, huh?
I think at its peak, MDI is more fun. Like,
One cloak there.
if you're watching grand finals, that's better than TGP, but then you're also
I mean,
going
this
to have to
MDI was
watch.
really fun to watch, no?
Uh,
Despite
The
fact
Chinese
that
teams
there's
were
no
fun.
echo.
if you ignored basically Saturday after the first two games, the rest of the raid was.
Chinese teams were pog to watch.
Yeah. Like their comms were top tier.
I mean,
Was
it's not
rooting for
this,
them.
but yeah.
Can you hear their comms? Do they shoot into the comms or anything?
No.
Oh, that's kind of unfortunate.
What are we waiting for?
Our tanks are always AFK when we get there.
Oh.
Imagine tuning into Crimson's team's fucking comms.
Oh, they're
Heal me, heal me, heal me, heal me, heal me.
Yep. One heal.
Danger, danger.
Oh, I get it.
Empowered. Empowered. Empowered.
Maybe.
Why are we doing loot concept? Fell, grip me.
Bro, this season is gonna be so long, or?
There's just no way.
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
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 It's like 4 more months or something.
Feeling real good about my holiday right about now, though. Holy shit.
When's your holiday?
I have it first week of Feb. And I got flamed for
It's-
booking that.
I mean,
Or-
imagine that after Time Trials TGP, there's like a week break for group stage.
It's like what, 3 more
Then
weeks?
it's a
4 weeks?
2-week.
Yeah, I mean, I think
weeks, yeah, it's
I
like-
think raid will be like last week of Feb. It would be my
It's like
guess.
3.5
There's-
months.
If
for
they
the season.
do the same scheduling stuff for TGP this season that they basically have done for every other season, there's like no way that they can release season 2 before early March.
What's the there's the 25th of Feb law I'm sticking to.
They
I think 1 week later. but
they
that's
said
fine.
yeah, I think it has to be March because they said TGP starts.
Was it?
They said January 22nd.
22nd.
And if they do
it
the
should be like
So it's like
season 4, no?
2 weeks afterwards. will be
TGP
first
ends and new season
group
releases.
stage, and then
I mean, maybe if they release it the
it'll be
week
5
after.
weeks. It'll be 5 weeks. For
Oh, well, I'm going on a holiday too, so it's chill like that.
Yeah, 2nd of Feb. I'm feeling real good about that holiday.
Have we gotten an
Well,
MDI
yeah.
TGP in one season before?
No.
It
Yeah.
was like MDI
You
one
did.
season.
You
TGP
did.
the
You
next.
did.
Or maybe in the first TGP.
No,
actually.
there's never been a TGP and MDIs. Or I guess when the TGP was like a fake TGP, like a one weekend thing. Maybe.
Propaganda.
Who won the fake one?
There was multiple. When they did the first TGPs, it was like a $20,000 prize pool and nobody gave a shit.
I gave a shit. I won 20,000.
Do we need to comment on?
Well, you know what you must do then.
Could
guess
we
not.
reset boss?
My team said no already.
I think you were the one saying no.
I guess, never mind.
Shut up, or shut up.
How are we splitting? Or like split tanks at least?
My bad, Warus. Sorry for
No, it's okay. We can kiss. Look, I'm right next to you.
I'm looking around, I don't see you.
I'm right next on your call.
What's the groups?
1, 2 green, 3, 4 blue. 1, 2 goes down first. Stop us.
Need to move
Are you
the
ready?
tank.
Need something?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, what's supposed to move the tank.
I guess
I
like,
changed-
I mean, Dev is already here, so
Yeah, I'll change.
whatever our
with
group
Dev.
has 11.
Where did that
Dev
cat
and,
go, by the way?
and Varus. Varus, come to this side.
No.
That little menace is down here somewhere, so.
What? No, it's other thing.
Yeah, what a fucking bait, dude. The cat ran and hid down here and Shauna couldn't get him out.
Okay.
And so she was like,
15,
will you just wait till he comes out and then you bring him upstairs?
Go, just play.
Evangelism in 8. Void Wraith in 8.
3, 2,
Power Word, Barrier in 8.
3, 2, 1.
I'm hitting fire.
Rapture in 8. Void Wraith in 8.
2,
The beam.
1. 3, 2, 1.
How did it die? Just like that?
I used Trinket.
He tried to snipe the 1 minute cooldown.
Yes.
Down on green. Everyone on green, yes. It's down square.
Void Wraith in 8.
3, 2, 1.
The beam.
Void Wraith in 8. Evangelism in 8.
So how's the Vader talks going?
Did like 5, actually.
Wait, they're actually real?
I was gonna say that's 5 more than Seb was expecting.
yeah, I was like...
Yeah, we've been doing them. Slowly and steady. Seb, can you go ahead and kill the solo?
Yeah, I'm going.
To be fair, you don't need to. Just hit the boss. Boss is super low HP, just
doesn't matter. Fuck it.
Rapture in 8.
Watch the beam.
Void Wraith in 8.
2, 1.
I think I'm dead.
3.
AG for you, maybe kills you.
Also, watch the horrors are going in, guys. You probably need something for him.
The horse.
The horrors.
Horse.
Virus isn't going in, dude.
I'm going. Heal, creep.
My spies will provide access to the barracks above. Move swiftly. It will not
What do we think about the new Kendrick album, boys?
It's a new Kendrick album?
Yes. What?
Did I?
Really?
Bro, it's a banger.
Checking.
Yeah, there's.
Yeah, you just surprise dropped it on
GNX. Holy fuck.
Friday.
ENX. Turn up.
I haven't had a chance to listen to it yet. I'm just hoping
Of
for
course,
the
no
last
fucking loot drops off this shit, man.
It's alright, it's got a couple of misses, but it's also got some decent songs.
Does no one want to leather helm at all?
Not this again.
I mean, we don't have any leathers in the old runs.
Yeah, where's my demon hunters actually? Motherfuckers. 3 crest upgrades.
Demon Hunter is not even remotely meta in case it is, so nobody wants to play it.
No one wants to play it.
Yeah.
What about those Windwalker buffs, guys? What do you think?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Single
Fuck
target got
yeah.
no?
It got buffs.
Windwalker was already pretty good, no?
Yeah.
I just feel like it's that kind of spec. It's so hard, no one wants to touch. Like.
It is hard.
What is
think
hard?
It's hard.
Demon
It's
Hunter?
not hard, is it?
Windwalker.
Oh, Windwalker.
What's hard about it?
It's squishy. You need to pre-use everything, or otherwise you get one bang. You have a lot of buttons, yes, but all of them are like
It's 3
need to be
buttons.
used- need to be used preemptive, right? Or did they change that?
No, they changed it. They just sorry, they changed it by getting rid of one of the.
Well, worthless trinket, but it goes to 639, so.
The last time I played it, you had like 5 defenses, but if you don't pre-use, you just get one bang through everything.
Remove my damper harm.
It's the same now, but now you only have 4 defenses.
I think most classes pre-use.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
No. Like, I don't know. Like, if you play rogue without cheat death, which you have to in high keys, like you just die to anything if you don't have feint up.
No, but
Yeah,
I'm
but it's
not talking about the high keys, right? High keys, everything is a pre-use, right? But I'm talking about just like raid mechanic, like fucking Aegir Spear with one shot of Windwalker if you don't pre-use. Like it's, I don't know.
Everything kills an
No, just like
evoker though.
when I play like DK or something, and you're just so much tankier, like baseline.
Yeah, if you're
And
if you
DK
spec
has like 10 talents that increase their stamina and stuff.
if your spec and keys relies on
Yeah,
active
everywhere.
mitigation or active defensives, you're probably fucked. Because it's never the shit that you're expecting that kills you. It's the shit you're not expecting that kills you, and you'll never press a button for that.
Yeah, DK is like DPS DK is more tanky than some
Oh,
things.
let's get a hit. Okay. Fatal arrow.
You got fatal aimed, you need to do
I
LS.
got you.
Or you can
I've never
see
seen
it.
that before, I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, DKs also have passive DR on their hero talent, right?
Yeah. They're about as tanky as Brewmasters.
Like Evoker is very tanky if you use pre-use, but otherwise, definitely not.
I mean, DPS DKs get this, yeah? Like...
Yeah, why that went in the hero tree, you know, we'll never know. Well, I can
I mean, you have some things as monk, but it's like... I
Yeah,
guess
you
you're
can
not
get a stacking dodge chance increase, holy.
I mean, you have 3% DR, and then you have the bounce back thing, which is okay. And you have that shit that gives you like damage taken reduced when you're between 90 and 35. So a couple of things, but yeah, it's not great, right? But Karma is such a low cooldown as well.
Does the Will of the Necropolis work like if they hit range below 30%, it gets reduced already, right?
Yeah. If you're on full health and you get hit for 110%, you don't die.
Yeah, that's why it's good. I remember it being like that. Yeah.
You can also spec into the Soothing Mist 6% DR as a Windwalker.
You can Soothing Mist.
Unironically, you can give yourself and someone else 6% DR by channeling them.
Okay, noted, noted. When do
What a
Go
banger.
do that. Break the meta.
Your cock.
5, 4,
You gotta do what you gotta do.
2, 1.
Void Wraith in 7.
3, 2, 1.
Or some green.
Thought you were gonna move later.
I need to be first, bruh.
Rapture in 8.
3, 2, 1.
Evangelism in 8. Void Wraith in 8.
Good way to hit some decimates after this.
2, 1.
I have PTSD from family and friends right this week. Like 4 stacks every time on this one. No, okay. Nah, no way, guys. No way.
You jinx it for sure. Yeah.
It was the Raiders' fault after all.
Nah, fucking.
In shade W, holy fuck.
Yeah.
Void Wraith in 8.
3, 2, 1.
That's a big one.
Power Word.
Yep.
Barrier in 8.
Yeah, this is like barrier, Swati rally.
Far away from the boss, it's fall of damage.
Guys, this is where you use the defensives you guys were theorycrafting about.
Where does my health didn't drop?
That's a lot of bubbles.
Where's the boss going?
Rapture in 8.
I don't know, Shade. Do you know what that mechanic is? Where you have to put the boss on?
2, 1.
Yeah, that explains some things.
Evangelism in 8. Void Wraith in 8.
3, 2, 1.
Dude, as soon as I get ready to evangelism, every time. Every fucking time. Every fucking time.
Amen. We're back.
We're dead.
Huh? No, he said that.
Maybe he was being ironic.
What? Well, I could stand still and defend all, I guess.
Void Wraith in 8.
I want my double wall on my character.
1.
Is it me or Paladin is really squishy?
Yeah, enhanced shaman is fine, guys.
Dude, how many more months until March? Like fucking 4 or what? How long is this tier gonna last overall? When did this start?
Don't think about it.
Are you okay?
I mean, it's not any longer than like the last few tiers.
Yeah.
Rapture in 8.
Like, what, five and a bit months tier? It's like 3, 4.
2, 1.
I just think everyone expected this one to be shorter.
Yeah. Oh, loot is so good here.
It's quite good.
Don't remember the last time we actually seen a Necromus was.
I've seen a few of them all.
Yeah, my Warlock got bought last week. What a giga chat.
It does not matter which raid my priest shows up to. That's the one with bad loot. Like that's just I just know whichever one that my priest goes to will drop bullshit.
The neck? There's a neck here?
So Zep, are you re-clearing Queen
I also
twice?
need to I need to sit down and figure out
Different
how the fuck to play Disc Priest and raid. This is shit. This is just fucking pathetic, man. How am I
Say
doing
we
so
haven't
little healing?
Cleared this week.
Wait, did he skill re-clear it, but we didn't?
No. They killed Kai'Veza.
Okay. One step at a time.
Yeah, they're not doing something, I think, this week. Well, if they are, I don't want to go.
Empowered.
You want to go to our raid? Or?
Why do you want Zenith Big T? What's going on here?
Oh, I'm not. Oh, yeah. Sorry, yeah. I was the wrong color.
Is there anyone that needs Zenith gloves? There's no way.
Actually, yeah, 3 items.
Get out of. Oh, I stopped.
Anyone wants the pole arm? Oh, worth survival maybe.
Survival gun nerfed.
Yeah, survival gun nerfed.
It's actually insane how they survive.
Wait, did it?
They had fun for like 3 weeks again.
Oh, good. I was thinking to myself, I was like, man, fuck survival hunters, dude. They're just ruining the season.
Hey man.
God, I hate that Survival Hunter's just so locked into the meta. Ugh.
I see so many fucking survival bottom rerollers. It's disgusting. It's just like, get out of my keys.
So fucking true.
Help me.
I don't know why they nerfed
Void
those
Rake in
claws.
6.
No.
Evangelism in 6.
Man, who's the noob?
1.
It's me!
Oh, he actually just straight up tried to reset and didn't.
Yeah, I invest and then my invis broke. I don't know. My tag fruit popped. The lucky I get.
You mean you should have right-clicked it off?
It's one.
Yeah, my bad. I did not foresee that.
How many times have you heard that for us?
Yes, I pressed help, but after he
Not
reset,
that
I
many.
saw.
Not that many times. We didn't really get to last boss. So.
Okay. I hope it turns around for you.
You know, we had 5 times Stonevolt at some point in our bags.
How did that end?
Let's just say
Quickly.
we can do 17 now if we get it.
Are you still ahead of Zero Cool?
I don't know. I don't care about that guy.
So that means no.
I think he's ahead. Comfortably. That's good.
I mean, it's quite easy to be ahead of someone who has an int dagger, right? As a rogue.
He's a stat thing humble.
I wonder if he's made his 100th ticket by now.
Don't worry, Virus. I've just checked where you are ahead. You're safe.
Whoa.
Congrats, Ferris.
Yeah. Thanks, Anya, for the carry or something.
Are we doing more bosses next week, or are we just doing 4 again?
We're doing 2 times 8 out of it.
2, 1.
Okay.
Evangelism in
With the
6.
buyer in each round.
Void Wraith in 6.
2.
The buyer is already here.
There's multiple buyers.
Kill the boss without the buyer, no.
Wait, this guy's here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Good morning. What's the...
Left.
Holy fuck, shit is locked in.
I mean, killing the boss without the buyer is like, what's the point? Like, there's just no gain.
You can't, right?
Need
Kill the boss
motivation.
without buyer.
What the fuck did those go?
Rapture in 8.
Motivation in my life to achieve things.
Motivate yourself to kill the boss. One more time.
Void Wraith in 8.
I thought you were going somewhere else with that, but...
No, I'm not toxic.
Tried my hardest last time. It's like sometimes you try your hardest and it just like doesn't work out. So what can I do?
Such a shitty Tuesday.
Is it left or right?
Gonna be right.
Yes.
Go left. Ah, completed.
Green is like a soak. Watch beats.
Evangelism in 8.
Oppa.
Void Wraith in 8.
To the right side here.
Thank God, Papa.
And I knocked everything on me.
Being tested.
Game is dog shit. Get me back on FIFA.
And because that game isn't dog shit.
What an incredible sentence.
Yes, indeed.
Did you guys see Spurs City?
Power word.
That was a bit of
Barrier
a
in 8.
Yes.
Rapture in 8.
You watch United versus Ipswich Town.
Empower.
Through finger.
Void Wraith in 8.
Don't know if you can call it a banger.
3, 2, 1.
Webs to the left after this. Webs is personals. Give them space. Then webs to the right, with webs also using personals.
Yep.
Give them space. We're dodging left here. Make a gate to the top right.
Yeah, I'll make it.
Evangelism in 8. Void Wraith in 8.
3, 2,
Adds and then adds and then webs to the left.
Rapture in 8.
It's like a hidden edge here.
I have his cycle on next steps.
3, 2, 1.
Let's Shadow Fury them on this one. I learned it's a very effective technique when I'm playing Warlock. Can we kill? Oh, probably not.
Since when are we killing here? What the fuck? Crazy, huh?
Full out right there. Cooked.
This is an ultra?
This
Holy
this
fuck.
team can probably do 6 out of 8 easily.
He's doing 8 out of 8 next week, so nothing.
No, it's main
Easy.
results.
Nice.
Banger. Banger after banger.
I thought a lot of clots, maybe we need a head somewhere.
Like the one cloth item I don't need is the helm.
Other end now, but
Yeah, we go run 2.
So we're not doing heroic?
After all.
I'll put this thing on. And then if you don't need loot, you can log characters for run 2. You should need runner, otherwise you're gonna fall behind.
Oh no.
Okay, well, now I know I can take gloves from the vault, because not anything ever
You
fucking
wanna
drops.
rethink your answer?
don't know.
Good dog. Go log
Shut
your
up.
character.
Well, you know what? Fuck you, I'm not playing.
Guess what, buddy? You're wrong. Trade me for your loot, please. So I can keep you out.
You're hiding under the.
What? I don't have the loot yet. Wharton Big Tilted cooked me. Now I have to wait. GG.
Oh, I logged off.
It's fine. And now we wait for the timeout. Okay, we need. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
What are they doing?
That checks out. Is Q here? Kihu. No. Okay, so Q sits. What else can sit? 1, 2, 3. Checking the item level spreadsheet. See what I care about. 616. 611.
Can I come rogue or do I stay DK? Yeah.
You can go. Wait. What's gonna be your third character? That's the question.
I don't know. Whatever.
Probably don't know. It's because we probably want to actually have something useful on your character. Waiting on Vortex to pass the loot. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 2 people.
Apparently I have a group.
Sorry?
I have a group.
Just put this in. Okay, we're gonna. Stoffels, did you raid this week on your warrior with your friends? You did, right?
Yes, I did right.
Okay, so
You
you
have
already
the
have
loot
3.
right now?
No, not yet. Stoffels, you sit this one out since I already have 3 characters geared anyway. And I'll prior that. And the other person that sits will be Kate 2, I think. We need to. Maybe not, because his gear is so cooked, he needs to catch up somehow. Did I need gear? I have the Mystic and the head. You can trade for those. Both helmets. I have. And still only missing the bracers. Okay, I got them. Okay, fucking off from here. Oh.
Let's enter the raid team.
Set mythic.
No, it should be mythic, no? What's it? How to correct itself? Go out.
Zurich.
Yeah. Silly, yeah. There we go. No, it's sort of. Oh, yeah. There we go.
Dispatch these guards before they can raise an alarm. Otherwise, you'll be encumbered with additional forces.
Yeah.
The legend.
Creams, we're gonna sit you for this run just because you have a lot of characters geared already, and I want people to get characters geared first.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry, Krems, you've been too good at gearing characters.
Yeah, unironically.
It must be because you've just had nothing else to do, you know? Like, you just seem like you've been very unbusy.
It's fun. You get to play your mage comeback.
I love playing my mage. Holy fuck, can't wait.
Sorry, but It's I just want people to try to catch up.
Yeah.
I guess it's summoning everyone on summoning. Summoning niche.
Can someone turn on Discord?
I'm right outside. I can walk in.
Just for
Yeah.
entertainment.
A bumpkin pod.
Thank you.
Tank Pov. I'm watching this. I'm gonna see
Tank
how much
Pov?
healing this guy needs exactly.
Oh, it's way too much.
On this
The first
character, on
boss-
these 4 bosses, none.
Oh, okay.
Is the first
well,
boss immune when it jumps away?
Okay. Well, I guess
No,
all
you
those
can-
tank. I guess all those tank changes they made way back when don't really matter, huh?
If the first boss is immune when it jumps away.
Look
like
what
to the middle?
AJ's. Look what AJ has.
No,
He has
no,
a
like-
fucking
like
mythic
when it
Cyril
disappears into
concoctory.
its,
I don't
like,
think
When the
it's-
cast is finished. When the cast is finished.
I don't think it's immune, but I think he just clears every debuff.
Okay.
When he goes in the hole, he can't attack him anymore. Then he's immune, I guess. You can hit him a long time.
I think he just clears all debuffs. I don't know if he's actually like. I mean, he's immune because he's not targetable, right? In that sense, but you should be able to see like your dots ticking, right? But
What
I
are we
don't think you can.
What are we missing here? Is it
Well,
Zerain?
it's zero haste.
Oh, Zerain is here. The fuck are I missing? FBT.
Why is my haste on
JBA.
target? 30%? What's going on?
Dirana Zaraka. Dirana Zaraka. Yeah. Garo Clarity. Yeah. Mirage Replayer. Okay, Swati. Bro, who the fuck is missing? The Sun. Shade. Oh, we're missing Shade. Okay. Where's Shade KTUXD?
Oh,
It's
wait.
on
What the
main
fuck?
books.
The pathetic conspirators
There we
have
go.
fired
Fucking TikToking his ass.
from their holes to
He's probably just
Season 1
being a
reveal,
nasty
gameplay
girl.
preview, and ranked resets. Development update. Thoughts?
Just give me lead so I can fix script and shit.
What are you talking about?
League of Legends announcement. Nah, bro.
Season
Nah.
1? What?
Yes.
Can any of the healers
What
play
do
this
you want
yes? Hot Dog Suzy? Yeah, Rio Bumpkin?
Of course.
Yeah, go Bumpkin.
Guys, we're in a bit of trouble here, real quick.
Okay. Did you unspec gateway? Or... So yes.
No, I just don't have talents on this guy. But they're coming.
They're coming?
Perfect. And then... I'll make sure the talent gateway.
Yo, porn. Come here, Mr. Spider.
Like fix-ish, I think.
You can hit this one, okay.
Fine.
Wherever that is. Never mind.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Earthen Wall Totem in 3.
1.
Earthen Wall Totem in
Well, I'm missing
6.
some essential binds on my...
Are you missing
That's
gateway?
fine though. One...
There's no chance you're missing gateway, right?
No, but I'm missing Summon Inferno, Chaos Bolt, Conflagrate.
Bro. It's all your spells.
Healing Tide Totem in 8.
I should be able to spell with the mid fight.
3, 2, 1.
Spirit Link Totem in 8.
Mind Burst is on.
3,
Do you have a gateway?
2, 1.
Ascendance in 8.
3, 2, 1.
Earthen Wall Totem in 8.
3, 2, 1.
This group DPS is gonna be a little bit worse as planned.
Why did I disengage backwards after I took a gateway? I took a gateway and then I pressed my disengage and I just disengaged forward.
Okay, double hit us?
Yeah.
I've never.
We're staying here.
Ev, what? Wait, what?
Hey, I was dodging the line, alright?
Earthen Wall Totem in 8.
3, 2, 1.
No, there's no aim in that. What? Unlucky.
Unlucky.
Okay, yet. On my path, bro. On my sentence. Sure. Deserve.
Healing Tide Totem in 8.
That's like a good dog then.
3, 2, 1.
Everything's gone. Look it.
Good on green. To clear a little bit around.
Ascendance in 8.
3, 2, 1.
Earthen
Why
Wall
does this
Totem
happen,
in
by
8.
the way? Like, I don't get how this
If
happens.
someone breaks a web stood that's like next to you, and it like has
Oh,
an
someone griefing me then.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Someone's leaving.
They
There
have
could be a
like
dead
bigger
priest
anyways,
right there.
so-
We can rest him. I'm
What do they
rushing
do
for the
here?
group.
Good.
Spirit Link Totem in 8.
Oh, missed it.
3, 2, 1.
They really fucked it with this boss HP, honestly.
30% nerf would be nice.
Earthen Wall Totem in 8.
3, 2, 1.
What's this guy so helpful?
Maybe goes that opposite of where we are.
Yeah. Interesting, right? What are you guys doing over there, guys?
Dying
Wrong
apparently.
idea of, I had the wrong idea of opposite.
So if you see the eggs, you run away from them. Is the general game plan.
Get out of it.
Healing Tide Totem in 8.
No.
Ascendance in 8.
3,
How did it die so fast? What the fuck?
3, 2, 1.
Earthen
Oh,
Wall
that's
Totem in 8.
ended. How is it possible?
3,
How do you guys win?
1.
Another 4 people. Is it the same 4 people or what?
It's one person running into a web that is next to 4 others.
Rest hot dog Suzy, man. Why is this done? Get him up.
No, don't fall for it. Look at where he died.
But the Serial Concoctory.
What is the hot dog Suzy, man? Can't be that.
think I was pressing Convoke instead of cooldowns.
Yeah, I did this kind of the same. Well, I was in cooldown, so I didn't press Biomass before it.
So if you died there, you were also making that terrible play in the wrong part of the room as well, so it's double bad.
1 and
Yeah,
2.
get there? Or no? Okay, get there. There we go.
Yeah, do the boss, guys. Oh, insane wood. It keeps on giving.
Bro, if more fucking cloth shit drops, like, how did I get my priest in the other run this time?
What happened to the tank trinket in the last one?
You are seeing this? Or no?
I told Var straight to you. He has it in his bags. I don't know.
I'm gonna lose my fucking. I'm gonna lose my
Tobias,
fucking mind, dude. I'm so done with this shit, man.
This here.
What's this? Is it a tank trinket? On off back.
That's a lot of cool.
This is defensive here, don't they? Big upgrade.
Bro, what are these frost orbs?
What are these ads? Why am I fucking dying to air?
Nina, Artgate, Shit Kit here.
A lot of healing, come on for the boys.
You are not the only one.
Oh, words. Okay, Dewey, let's go. Oh, well, it's not ready. I had in mind. The gate, holy.
The value.
What did I just
Shade will never.
fucking damn? What is that thing, dude? Just kill me, man. I don't even know where the fuck I'm running. I'm so fucking tilted right now, man. I can't believe.
What the fuck is going on?
I'm so fucking, dude. I can't believe that this. Like, what the fuck is with the fucking loot in this fucking? How is it always the wrong character?
Oh, look, this guy's procky. Alright, come on, my dude. I get some loot. I love it.
Well, you are the character that's also a druid. You can
Yeah.
swan it.
Yeah. Come on, dude. Here's some loot. I love it.
So you're just advocating for dupes instead of
What's the Legenshant spell trap?
Yeah. Sunset spell trap.
Don't get the mana one.
Mana and stamina. Yeah, looks good.
Okay, same shit. 1 and 2 on green, 3 and 4 on square.
I need a summon, please.
What's this here? Probably worse, actually. Hmm? Yeah.
Right, fuck. Bing bang boom.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Earthen Wall Totem in 8.
I mean, we didn't reset, or? No, we didn't.
3, 2,
No pots. Oh, okay.
Ascendance in 8.
3, 2, 1.
Healing Tide Totem in 8. Earthen Wall Totem in 8th.
3,
We need to go a little bit backwards towards the goal. Okay, like this. We kick into the rest now.
There's one behind us.
Yeah,
Need help on this. Yeah, it's not dying.
Just do warlock circles and shit to kill it. Have time. Mage blink. What mage? Guys didn't
I'll
kill
tell her
us
to
all.
drop again. No.
FF.
Spirit Link
F1
Totem in
shot,
8th.
guys. Every range player down there, you're dog.
3,
That's
2,
fine.
1.
Earthen Wall Totem in 8th. Ascendance in
Personals
8th.
here, everyone.
3,
Everyone personal.
2,
Red light personal.
1. 3, 2, 1.
Got a rally.
I will go and kill the solo one first.
Healing Tide Totem in 8th.
3, 2, 1.
Save if you need help, Garo.
Yeah.
We need to hit the Harbinger, by the way. Here, on the ledge. Not dying. At all.
What the fuck?
Oh my lord.
Was that this shit on the ground? Fuck is
Didn't kill
blood
one of the
pack?
ones on this
Oh,
side.
it's the okay.
What?
Yep, I should have jumped, I guess.
We didn't kill the kick out either.
I mean, we had 3 people that going downstairs, yeah.
Is the boss
because-
getting...
Yeah, we can't kill the boss.
Just die, go again. So,
Yeah, you... Like, if you're ranged, yeah, and there's a mob behind, you need to hit it when you go downstairs, yeah? Like, you can't leave it alive. Like, look how many range do you have? 3.
To be fair, the beam was placed a bit wrong. I just blocked them off.
I mean, there was an extra ad. Like, I couldn't tell which one was the old one.
No, but I mean on the one that blocked them off, yeah? The one where they didn't kill it.
Big. What do you have to say? In your defense?
That we always put the boss exactly opposite where you went down, and that's what we've always done. So that's what I did.
What?
Yeah, it's right. It's... The problem was... When G2 went down, no one was attacking the mob that was behind. And usually it dies to just... On mains and the better characters, it dies to just people cleaving from the boss, but on this group it just didn't die, and then it's a problem. Right there.
Dude, I'm gonna stay fucking mad about that fucking bracer shit. Like, that was the run my priest had been in, was the second run, and then then we switch it around, and then all of a sudden the cloth. He's gonna drop more cloth shit off this guy, I guarantee it.
We almost survived as well. A little bit better defensive
5,
usage would have been
4,
fine.
3, 2, 1.
Earthen Wall Totem in 8th.
Okay, it's ahead, don't have to worry.
3, 2, 1.
Ascendance in 8th.
3, 2, 1.
Healing Tide Totem in 8th.
3, 2, 1.
Very good.
Earthen
Down
wall
on green.
totem in 8.
One behind again.
3,
Yes, heavy range, you guys need to hit the one. So niche, replayer, and hot dog Susie. Holy fuck, hot dog Susie does know that.
Fucking closing.
And if you're fearful for getting cut off and hitting the ads, you need to get the other side of the beam now.
Bang. I think it looks like.
Yeah, it's that.
Very good job.
Spirit link totem in 8.
3, 2, 1.
Earthen wall totem in 8.
Down on
Ascendance in 8.
3,
Someone needs to go
2,
ahead.
I will go first.
I'll go.
Yeah.
2.
I think I console it. Shit.
Just let me start out. So very slowly, slowly.
He's very geared. Yeah. Range.
Healing tide totem in 8.
3, 2, 1.
Fuck you, Lord. Actually.
What goes on? Kill
Yeah.
it there.
No.
That's fuck.
FTB. Nice, so annoying.
Is he on Discord? You guys got on I can see fuck. Between Moon and Square ish.
Oh my god.
Do we kill
moon,
both?
just go
or?
to moon.
Don't put on, man.
Pick the big mobs, telling to do. That's good. Yeah, that was an ad like that was a bit awkward. That's why.
Oh look, more fucking cloth gear.
Access to the barracks above. Move swiftly. It will not be long until the Queen realizes where you are.
Good boots, belted sockets, for Clotus, XD, JB is mobbing, I can hear it.
I think something's wrong with my druid. Doesn't watch.
Yeah, fucking Susie is not stuffing it up.
Yeah, it does look a bit bugged.
Let's peep the gear.
Don't look.
Oh, that is some sad mastery.
Oh, that is some really... Yeah, I actually thought Hot Dog Susie was a character. I was wrong.
Nice chest, man.
No, the trinket's pretty bis though.
Oh, the helmet though. Is he in the helmet? Like on last expansion?
Why did I get the helmet then?
Because the doctor's in town.
I guess. Oh, you can change the seat over there.
Yeah, Scout's having a miserable time in the corner.
That's fine. You guys clear the trash.
Reach the barracks. Sound the alarm.
I think I'm just gonna turn the stream off. It's nobody wants to watch Raid. They don't give a shit. I get it. So we'll be back tomorrow with something, weekly keys, some shit. I don't know. Make some gearing decisions from the vault, and probably run some shaman shit for the reset, and then figure out what we're doing next week. So. Anyway, I hope you guys have fun watching, have fun streaming as usual, primarily a Mythic Plus stream, so if that's something you're interested in and want to learn more about, hit the follow button. I'll do my best to both educate and entertain.